Hi, welcome to Coding Bootcamp's YouTube channel. Subscribe now and join our live stream session later. See you.
Hey guys, welcome to codingbootcamps.com. This is Introduction to JavaScript Programming, and my name is Kaustubh Gharge. I'm a senior mean stack developer. I have 5 years of consulting experience with a focus on web and cloud technologies. I have completed my master's degree from Illinois Institute of Technology, where I took web development courses and created several projects. I also worked in 1871, that is a startup incubator in Chicago, as a full stack web developer, after which I co founded a company with my colleague from IIT called Indica Digital, and we focus on mortgage dealer strategy. I'm also a co founder of Pune based IntelliFlow Systems, which specializes in Azure cloud services. I'm a senior instructor at High School Technology Services. I've been teaching with High School Technology Services since 2016 to students from US and Canada. Uh, at the time, I used to teach cross-platform mobile application development as well as Linux, but I have focused all of my attention and energies on full stack web development as well as cloud. So in this course, before you take this course, actually, you need to be aware of HTML and CSS. Just a basic level of understanding is enough, but make sure you understand it because we are going to be covering quite a lot of JavaScript, at least the introduction to JavaScript, which is necessary in order to implement in web-based applications. So make sure you have at least elementary understanding of HTML and CSS. So the topics that we are going to be covering is how to use JavaScript. So we'll first understand the difference between web design and development. You already must have taken web design courses with CSS, but we'll be figuring out the difference between development and design. We will see how JavaScript works, the top JS frameworks, and how to set up JavaScript on your computer. In the next part, we will actually focus more on the programming, where we will focus on the core concepts such as lexical structures, expressions, types, strings, variables and values, objects, the console, scopes, arrays, semicolons, etc., etc. In the next section, that is the JavaScript programming part 2, we'll cover the conditional statements and loops. Don't worry if you have no experience with programming. We will be covering very elementary level of programming here as well. In the next section, that is the JavaScript programming part 3 section, we'll be covering functions. We'll understand what kind of JavaScript functions are available, and we will understand the new JS functions that have been introduced in JavaScript after the release of ECMAScript 6, which include arrow functions and the other functions. All right. And after that, we'll be working on the projects. So the first project is to create a simple calculator. So you will use your skills as a JavaScript developer as well as your skills of HTML and CSS to design a simple calculator and make sure it works. In the second project, we'll create a to-do list using HTML and JavaScript. For this, you'll need to have some basic understanding of HTML, like the local storage, since we will be storing the to-dos that the user adds in the local storage. And in the third project, again, we'll use the same concepts as the project 2, and we will be building a reading list of the books that you want to read and the books that you have read. All right, so what is the key takeaway by learning to finish this course? So the most important thing is it'll set a foundation of you becoming a web application developer. After this, you can take much more advanced courses, the advanced level of JavaScript, as well as explore different frameworks in which you deal with the tech stack, as we call it. So the tech stack is a framework, or not a framework, it's a combination of frameworks that include the front end as well as the back end and the database. You can be confident enough to explore those. Uh, we do have some courses related to those. So we have courses on the front-end frameworks such as Angular, React, and Vue.js. We also have intermediate JavaScript and jQuery courses in order to understand how jQuery works and what JSON is to get JSON data from a API. First of all, we'll also learn what API is to get data from the backend. And we have some backend specific courses such as Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. So once you understand JavaScript, you'll be very in a good position to explore the various uses of JavaScript on the front end as well as on the back end. All right. So thank you for taking the time. I hope you take this course, and I will see you in the next session. Hey guys, welcome to Introduction to JavaScript course. We at Coding Bootcamps are very excited to have you here. Before we begin, let's look at the session outline. Alright, so we'll begin this session by understanding how we can learn JavaScript. I will give you some tips on how to learn JavaScript and practice so that you can start building applications. Next thing is we're going to learn the difference between web design and web development. You should already know this if you've taken our HTML and CSS course. But if not, then I highly recommend you complete that course before you join this one, because I will be covering a lot of JavaScript to manipulate the HTML and CSS files. So if you're not aware of HTML and CSS, you might have trouble catching up with this course. Next thing I'm going to cover is to understand how the JavaScript works, after which we'll be covering the major JavaScript frameworks. Now, mind you, these are not in detail, so we do have some different sessions or different courses based on these frameworks. You're welcome to check them out at Coding Bootcamp's website. And I'm going to end this session by making sure that we have all the necessary tools and the software installed to start learning and building applications using JavaScript. So let's begin. Alright, so I want to welcome you to this course. I'm sure you have covered HTML and CSS before, and now we'll be covering JavaScript. Now we already know how to build a website. We'll be learning JavaScript in order to add some functionality on top of that website so that the user can make changes on the website's data and it can be more user interactive, right? So let's begin. All right, so let me introduce myself. My name is Kaustubh. I know it's hard to pronounce, but you can call me by my initials. I've been a full stack web developer for past 5 years now. Um, I work at a company called Indicate Digital that I co-founded in 2018. Before that, I worked at a startup incubator in Chicago called 1871. I've been teaching at coding boot camps and high school technology services since 2016, and I've been taking online classes for students from Canada and United States. All right, so about this course. So we will be covering Introduction to JavaScript. I will not be covering the very advanced topics that are related to JavaScript. So we'll be mostly focused on the fundamental programming concepts of JavaScript, as well as manipulation of DOM, that is the HTML, throughout this course. If you want to take advanced JavaScript, I highly recommend you finish this course first, get a bit of more practice, and then move on to the advanced concepts, because advanced concepts do follow something called functional programming, and if you're not aware of that paradigm, it will be hard to catch up. All right, so how is this course structured? Okay, so look at this from a piece of a puzzle, right? First of all, the first task is to get the puzzle pieces ready, and then make sure that you have the puzzle board and you place one piece at a time until you solve the puzzle. So this is how I look at the course. So this is what I mean by puzzle pieces. So you have to get the basic concepts clear. You have to get the basic concepts very thorough, and so that you can start building application block by block. So think of an application like a complete puzzle, right? And this is how all of the learning should go naturally for all of the programming language that you're trying to learn. All right, how to follow this course. So the three key elements that you need to follow, and you have to reiterate them every time. Um, First is the learn. Obviously, you need to apply the first principles thinking here. Um, if you wanna build a great application, you should start building by writing a great function. Okay. So first thing is learn. Second thing is practice. Practice, practice, practice. You will not get good at it without practice. I can tell you, if you don't practice it, is going to be very hard to understand programming. And the last thing is obviously build. You have to apply what you have actually learned. So I encourage you to build big projects on your own, as well as look out for some open source projects that are out there that you can start contributing to. This will not only help you understand the fundamentals of programming and JavaScript, but it will also help you understand how the community works around these programming languages, and you can be a part of it. All right. So what we will have in this course is we'll focus on 3 projects. So we'll have 2 more sessions after this that will cover the fundamentals of programming, but after that we'll focus on the projects themselves. Okay. Um, I firmly believe that projects are a way to learn and not just reading the fundamental concepts. So let's see what the projects are. So we'll start by building a simple calculator. So this is just your basic arithmetic operations: addition, multiplication, division, subtraction, and modulus, right? So this is a very simple application, but we'll have a front end UI. So that is, the user will be allowed to enter 2 values, and then we will perform the arithmetic operation on those 2 values and print out the results. One of the projects is to build a to-do application using HTML and JavaScript. So you might be using um, pen and paper to write down the tasks of your day, or you might also be using an application called Wunderlist or Google Keep or whatever other application you might use. But what we are going to try to use JavaScript is to learn how to create this application from scratch. We won't be building a world-class application, I'll tell you right now, but I'll give you the basic understanding of how to start, and then maybe you can build something on top of it. I'd like to get surprised by what you build. And the last project that we're going to build is a reading list. Now, in the reading list, I'm sure you'll be using Amazon's Kindle or Apple Books or Google Books, and you may have books that you want to read from time to time, books you may have left incomplete, um, books that you want to take notes from, you know. So we'll be creating a reading list that will just list the books, and you'll have option of read or not read. Okay. This will help you understand how the Boolean value as well as the JavaScript objects work. All right, so what are the requirements for the course? So the first thing you need to have is a good computer. I highly recommend getting an actual personal computer rather than working on an iPad or a tablet computer. Um, I do not recommend using a phone because we will be using a lot of development tools that are provided in popular web browsers such as Google Chrome. So I highly recommend you get a computer with Mac OS or Windows 10 or Ubuntu and a good internet connection. We need internet connection because We will be downloading some of the libraries that are essential for
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
building our projects. You need to have the basic understanding of HTML and CSS. Since this is a purely JavaScript course, I won't be covering HTML and CSS at all. But you can always check HTML and CSS courses at our website at Coding Bootcamps. Again, so HTML and CSS is a prerequisite for this course. I highly recommend you complete that course before you start taking this course. Alright, so a quick refresher of web design and web development. So thus far I think you have covered HTML and CSS and you have understood the basic concepts of web design. With the introduction of JavaScript, you can add a bit of functionality to the website that you have designed. So we are moving or slowly transitioning from web design to web development. So what are the key terminologies that you need to familiarize yourself with? So the first one is front end and back end. So whatever you design using HTML and CSS is front end of the application. On the back end, you have something called a server where you can build APIs. So the APIs concept I will not go in detail, but I can tell you it's an application that runs on a server that connects to the database and that fulfills any request that the client's browser has. So for example, let's say let's consider Amazon for example. Let's say you wanted to search a product, you search the product, and what happens is that when you search a product, that query goes to the backend application, and the backend application fetches that information in the database and gives it to your browser. So on the browser has to get that information and present it to the user in a presentable format, right? So the front end in this case will be the Amazon's website, the Amazon's web application. So that will have three key elements. One is HTML, second is the CSS, and third is the JavaScript. So JavaScript is the one that is connecting to the back end so that we can fetch the data. The next thing is the user interface. So I think you already know this. User interface is the interface that you build using HTML and CSS so that the user can interact with your application. What is client-side and server-side scripting? So client-side scripting is like what we're going to do right now in this course, is using JavaScript to manipulate the HTML files, that is the DOM, the document object model, and make sure we update any of the DOM elements on the fly when the data gets updated. So you'll have a much better understanding as we proceed in this course. The next thing we have to understand is what is the difference between libraries versus frameworks. So libraries can be short snippets of code that somebody else has written for us, and then we can just reuse it. So for example, jQuery is a library. So jQuery is nothing but you know, a superscript of JavaScript. I mean, I would not call it a superscript, that's a wrong word. But it adds a bit more functionality on top of JavaScript so that the JavaScript can be used to manipulate the HTML and CSS. Framework is something that gives you a concrete structure to build out the entire front end of the application. So for example, let's consider Amazon again, for example. Let's say you want to build an application that has to support about 100,000 people at any given time, right? So you have entire east coast of US accessing Amazon as well as the west coast, and you want the application experience to be seamless, smooth, right? So in order to do that, you will rely on something called a framework. I mean, you can also code this using plain HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but a framework gives you much more options to work with, and it allows you to handle multiple requests, and it's much more easier to build on top of framework uh, than from scratch, for at least for project this size. But my recommendation is not to learn frameworks before you learn the key concepts of JavaScript. All right, so moving forward, what is the difference between static and dynamic websites? So static websites are usually your .org websites. I mean, technically they used to be .org websites at one point, where you just have some content written on the website, but you cannot do anything with it. But with dynamic websites, you can interact with that content. So for example, when you fill out a form and you get a response back, um, that is an example of a dynamic website. All right, so one of the terms that you will hear is full stack web development, and I mentioned earlier that I'm a full stack web developer at Indicate Digital. So what does full stack mean? So full stack is a stack of technologies that is used to perform a particular task. So for example, in our case of web application, the full stack will be HTML, CSS, JavaScript, one of the backend languages. So for example, consider Node.js that connects with a database. So let's consider MySQL as a database. So collection of these technologies creates a stack. So when you say a full stack web development, that means you work with all of these technologies, and a full stack web developer usually has to work with all these technologies. Web to mobile app development. I don't think this needs detailed explanation. Web is something uh, you run on uh, a browser, web browser, and mobile app is completely different, where you run your code on a mobile device. Java versus JavaScript. Okay, so this is very important. You have to understand Java is not in any way related to JavaScript. Java is a programming language that was invented at Sun Microsystems in early 90s, and JavaScript has been around again since early 90s, but JavaScript is completely different, and JavaScript runs in the web browser. Most of the part it used to run in the web browser, but in the recent years it has been adopted onto the backend uh, servers as well. But Java is purely a backend language, and Java is object-oriented, while JavaScript is not. JavaScript is what you call a functional programming language. So the functional programming aspect, we will touch on a few things in this course about functional programming, but not a lot of them. So if you want to learn more about functional programming, you have to check out the advanced JavaScript course. So content management system. So what is a content management system? So I believe you may have checked out a few blog sites. So for example, there's a famous blog by Shane Parrish called Farnham Street Blog. Um, that blog is built entirely on a CMS platform like WordPress, right? So wherever you have to manage a lot of content that you have to post onto the website, this is where a CMS system comes in handy. And let's say you have multiple people writing and multiple people posting something onto the website, a CMS makes everybody's job easier. So let's do a quick refresh on HTML so that we can move ahead with JavaScript. So HTML, as you know, is hypertext markup language that is used to create web pages that will be rendered onto a web browser. And for any HTML document, the document itself is defined by a document object model, right? So we'll be working with this document object model throughout this course and be using JavaScript to make changes on to a HTML file using this document object model. So You can access the HTML elements using this document. So let's say if you wanted to make changes to the h1 tag here, I'm sorry, the h1 tag here that says my page, and let's say you wanted to change this, what you can do is you can select document and then move your cursor towards this h1 node and make changes to the content. So we'll go into the detail on how we can do this. Right, so we'll cover how to apply JS to DOM in session 4, as well as we'll cover in depth in all of our 3 projects. So what is JavaScript and how does it work? Right, so JavaScript is a programming language. I'm sure some of you might be already aware of what JavaScript is, but JavaScript has been around since the early 90s, but its potential wasn't fully realized until the late 90s. And right now we are seeing everywhere on the web browsers that JavaScript is being used heavily. So think of your Google Maps, for example, that you open on your web browser. The entire content is loaded by JavaScript. The entire navigation that you do onto this Google Maps application is being handled by JavaScript. So it's a very powerful language that you can learn. I'm not going to read this definition here. You can read it, but it's always best to learn something rather than reading it. So let's move ahead. So what are JavaScript frameworks? So yeah, like I said before, when I made distinction between libraries and frameworks, frameworks are a collection, like a scaffold that is given to you by other people that you may build on top of it. Frameworks are particularly important if you're building a very large application. So for example, let's consider Google Maps, right? So Google Maps can be built by using a framework that will be able to handle um, the key elements of the map, right? So one thing is you have to draw the map onto the canvas. So you have a canvas element that is being loaded every time you go to Google Maps, and you have to manipulate that canvas element, make changes to it as the user moves their cursor along, right? So a framework is a better tool to build such a vast application. So here are key examples of frameworks. Um, we have few courses on some of these frameworks that I encourage you to check out. But before you jump onto frameworks, it is always best to cover JavaScript thoroughly. All right, so set up an installation. So number one thing, like I mentioned before, make sure you are working on a computer and not on a tablet or a mobile device. Make sure you have Visual Studio Code installed. You can use any code editor that you want, but I highly recommend using Visual Studio Code. It will be easier to follow along with me because I'll be using Visual Studio Code, as well as install a good web browser like Google Chrome. The reason I say Google Chrome, you can use any browser you want, but the reason I say Google Chrome is because they provide very excellent development tools, and we will be playing with development tools a lot here. So here are the few resources that you can find to install these applications, depending on what operating system you're using. So this is currently my setup. I'll be using Mac OS operating system, a Google Chrome version of 80, and code editor of Visual Studio Code. So keep in mind there will be improvements from time to time on these tools, and make sure you are able to adjust when there are changes to be made. All right, so what we did so far. So we understood the basic course structure that we're going to follow for this entire course. We are going to be learning the fundamentals of JavaScript. As I said before, you have to focus more on the fundamentals and not on the frameworks. You have to make sure that you practice, practice, and practice.
If you have enjoyed watching this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you.
And it's always best to learn something practically than reading just the definitions. Definitions do us no good in the world of programming. So in the next session, what we'll do is we'll cover some of the fundamentals of JavaScript programming. You may or may not be familiar with most of these, but we will go through all of them. So here are a few more JavaScript courses that you may take a look at, but I highly recommend you finish this course before you take any of these courses. This is a follow-up course. This is a much more advanced level of JavaScript, where we also cover a little bit of jQuery, that's a JavaScript library, JSON, that is a way you can collect and send data between two applications, and Ajax, a way you can call on to the backend server to get more information from the database. Alright, so this has been fun. I'll see you in the next session. Bye-bye. Alright, welcome back guys to the Introduction to JavaScript course. Good to have you here. Let's get started. Alright, who am I? I'm Kaustubh, you can call me KG. I'll be teaching you session 2 of the Introduction to JavaScript today. Before we move ahead, let's look at the session outline. We will be covering fundamentals of programming. We will be covering variables, expressions, and learn a few data types that JavaScript provides us. We will also cover this. Oh, my mistake. We'll also cover this, which is super important in the JavaScript environment to understand. And we'll also cover the strict mode. So let's go ahead. Again, if you have not taken HTML CSS course before, I'm going to strongly encourage you to take them before, because we will be dealing with HTML and DOM from session 4 onwards heavily. So I highly recommend you take these courses. Alright, so let's do a recap of the previous session. So in the previous session, we learned the difference between being a web developer and a web designer, and we learned about setting up the system as well. Hopefully you guys have installed Google Chrome browser and Visual Studio Code editor. So if you have all of those tools installed, let's begin. Alright, so fundamentals of programming. Okay, over the years, I have come to the conclusion that most novice programmers make a mistake of not understanding and absorbing the fundamentals of programming, but they make a mistake of jumping directly to build projects. Don't get me wrong, I'm also guilty of doing that, especially for new technologies that I've been trying to learn. For example, blockchain. I've been trying to learn blockchain for about a few months now, 5 or 6 months now actually, and my first impulse is to directly start coding and start working on the project, which is a bad idea. You have to complete the fundamentals first. We need to take the first principles approach and understand the fundamentals of any concept that we want to master. So if you're not aware of first principles, I strongly recommend you check it on Google. Having said that, let's begin. So the first thing we are going to understand is what are expressions in JavaScript. So expression is any valid unit of code that resolves to a value. So if you look at this example right here, it says 300 greater than 19. Is it true or false? It's true, right? So this expression will resolve to a Boolean value of true. Now expressions can be further categorized into arithmetic, logical, string, and so on. What kind of expression do you think this is? Okay, so if you guessed it right, congratulations. If you guessed it wrong, it's fine, we are still learning here. The example that we saw here is of category logical. Okay, so now the task for you is to come up with an arithmetic expression. We dealt with logical. You have to come up with an arithmetic expression of your own. I'll give you one example, that is 3 plus 4 equals 7. That is an arithmetic expression with the plus operator to add two numbers. Now you have to come up with different arithmetic expressions of your own. All right, moving ahead. Semicolons. So semicolons are used to denote the end of expression. So like in the English language, you have full stop, right? For ending an expression in JavaScript, use semicolon. They're not mandatory in JavaScript like they are mandatory in some of the programming languages like C or C++, but it's a good practice to end your expressions with semicolons in them. All right, literals. Okay, literal is a value that is written in a source code. So like, for example, if I say a number or string or a Boolean value, that will be a literal that is being added into the source code. All right, moving ahead. Variables. Now this is the most important aspect of learning the fundamentals of programming. I bet you have taken algebra in your high school where you solved for the value of x or y. Remember what x and y were? They were variables, right? So in JavaScript you also have variables to store the data values. So for example, you see here it says var length equal to 100. The var stands for variable, and var, I call it var, some call it var, it's fine. You can call it either one of those. I say var length equal to 100. That means the variable length 100 stores the value of 100. Let's move ahead. You'll understand the variables a bit more clearly. So, naming a variable. Now, this is an important aspect. The variable name has to be case sensitive. So, if you go back and looked at this example, the variable length, the L is small case, and all of the variables need to start with a small case alphabet. A new variable should have a unique name. It should not be repeated in the code. A variable can start with dollar or underscore, but they should not start with any different literals. They can start with letters, of course. So you have to avoid using the reserved words. So a reserved word can be, for example, this. A reserved word can be if or else. We are not allowed to use those words while declaring a variable. And for the purpose of maintaining the clarity and understanding clearly for other programmers that will be working with you, it's best if you name them according to what value they're going to hold. So if you look at this example right here, this is holding a value of length. So it's better to call this variable length rather than width, or just calling this L or W. Okay, so clarity is important. So what values can be stored in variable? Now in here, when you first create a variable, it does not have a value. Okay, it is undefined. Remember this, because I personally have made these mistakes while learning programming when I was in high school. And if you don't assign a variable a value, you might think it's 0 or null, but it's actually not. It's actually garbage. But in JavaScript, you have something called undefined. And whenever you declare a variable but don't assign any value to it, it's always undefined. So let us go ahead and check this out actually. Let me open up a new window here, and we'll go to JS Fiddle. So for people who are not aware with JS Fiddle is a online tool where we can run JavaScript, and I'll be using the console right here. So let's say if we had var a and just did this, and I wanted to print this out. So for printing it out, I'm going to be using console.log. Don't worry, you'll cover console.log in the later slides. But let's say if you wanted to print this a out, what do you think the value will be? Let me run this. Now this will be loaded inside the console, so let me expand the console, and you see right here it's undefined. I can call this anything that I want. I can call this apple, and I'll say apple. It will still return undefined. Okay, so it needs to hold onto something. So if I say apple, and if I use this and say, let's say Apple has a MacBook, so I'll say MacBook and print this out, it will give the value of Apple variable. Okay, so let's go back. Variables can hold different types of data. So if we go back in here, now the variable Apple is holding a data type of string. Again, we'll cover string in detail in the later slides, but the point I'm trying to make is a variable can hold any type of data. So it can be either a number, it can be a string, it can be a boolean. Okay. The next thing is the value of a variable can change over time. So we already experienced this right now. So the Apple was undefined first, now it became MacBook. And let's say if I log this out here, and now here I change the value of Apple to, let's say, banana. Who cares? Let's try banana. So let's say console.log apple, and the first value it shows me is MacBook, and the second value it shows me is banana. That means the value of Apple changed over time, and that's what this point is trying to illustrate. Okay, moving ahead. Types. Okay, to be able to operate on variables, we need to understand what type of data they're holding. So in this example right here, you see on the screen, it says var length equal to 10. So when we assign it to 10, that means the data that the length variable is holding is of type number. Now if we go back to our example right here, the variable apple is holding the type of data string. If I assign this to a number, then it will hold the value, hold the type of number right here. Okay, moving ahead. So these are the data types that you need to be aware of. So first one is obviously the string. So in our case of Apple and MacBook, MacBook is a string. Number is, again, any number. It can be an integer, it can be a floating point. Boolean is of course true or false. Undefined is something that is not defined. It's usually a garbage number or a garbage value. And null is simply something that is empty. Okay, let's move ahead. Okay, so object is also one of the data types of JavaScript. It is of type key and value pair.
Thanks for watching. Please like and share this video.
So I believe you might have learned this in HTML5 when learning local storage. Local storage is an object that holds key value pairs. If not, we'll again revisit this in one of our projects, the local storage. But again, object holds the key value pairs. So if you want to look at an example, let's go back. Let's clear this out. I'll create a object of person, and this is how we define it. So we'll have a first name. So this is the key, and the value is, let's say, John. The second item, the second key that I want to add here is last name, and I'll say Doe. And you want to give it give another property, let's say age. Say John is 50, and yeah, I think this is it. This is fine. So let's run this. Nothing happens because we did not log this out. So let's log this out. So we'll say log person and run this. So we got a response of the object that is stored in the variable person. Okay, so if you want to access the individual property, we just have to call them by key. So what you can do is you can say console.log and use the dot operator to access it. So I say dot, and I'll say first name. And let me run this. So the first name that is stored in here is John, and this is the response that I get of John. Excellent. Moving back to the slides. Strings. So strings is anything that is enclosed in double quotes. So if you go back, John is of type string, but let us go back and go with a much more simpler example. So we'll say var say string equals my name is John Doe, and let me log this out again. Alright, so var string str, that stands for string, and the value of it is enclosed in double quotes. So this is a value of type string. If this were without double quotes, it would give me an error. Alright, look at here. It says uncaught syntax error. Okay, so let me give in one quick task. So let's say I say 77 here, and I added double quotes, and we run this. It says 77. What happens if I add the 77 as a string with number 77? What happens in that case? So let's say var result equals 77 plus string, and instead of logging out the string, we will log out result. What do you think will be the result of this? It says 7777. So the reason this happens is because this is a string and this is a number, but it converted, or it concatenated everything as one string. Alright, so moving back to the slides. Again, same thing I explained before. You can use concatenation to mix strings and numbers. When you do this, JavaScript will treat number like a string. So in this case, you have number of fruits equal to 6, type of fruit equal to banana, and all the fruit equal to I have number of fruit plus type of fruit. Right? So it will create one whole string. Try this out on JS Fiddle before moving on to the next slide. All right, arrays. So arrays is one of the another data type where you can it's not actually a data type, it's a special variable that can hold multiple values at a time. So the way to define an array is, as you can see here, let us try something with arrays. So let's say for array equals, and we'll add some values. And we'll log this out. So we get a response of multiple values that are stored inside this array for this variable ARR. So array is nothing but a variable that stores multiple values. All right. Moving back on to the slides. All right, like I said, you'll be looking at console again. So the console object provides access to the browser's debugging console. So if you go back and open up a new tab, and let me go to the developer tools by right-clicking anywhere on the page and selecting the inspect option. If I select the console tab here, this is the console that we're talking about that exists in the browser window. So let me clear this up. So this is the console object, and it provides me multiple methods on top of that object. So I can say console dot, and these are the functions that I can run on this console object. So let's say I want to run the log, and I want to pass in something. I'll say hi there, and press enter. It will return hi there. Okay. So the reason we use console object is to access the browser's console and display any message that we want to display over here. So usually we use it to log the errors or log any important information that can be used by the developers. Okay, so let's move back. All right, so comments. So the way we handle comments in JavaScript is by using single line and multi-line. So let's look at an example of each one of these. So if I say single line comment, so this is an array, and the multi-line comment can be this is a multi-line comment. All right, and if you run this, this won't be interpreted by the JavaScript runtime, and it won't show on the log. Okay, so this is just a way of adding comments onto your code for other developers to understand. Okay, let's move ahead. All right, so in this session we covered the basics of programming. We covered variables, types, expressions, arrays, strings, and objects, and much more. I hope you enjoyed it. We will need to practice these fundamentals until we get better at grasping them. In the next session, we'll continue our journey of learning the fundamentals by covering conditional statements, loops, and functions. All right, Thank you for learning with me. See you in the next session. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome back guys to Introduction to JavaScript course. Good to have you here. Who am I? I'm Kaustup, but you can call me KG. I'll be teaching you session 3 of Introduction to JavaScript today. Before we begin, let's look at the session outline. We will continue our journey of learning the fundamentals of JavaScript programming in this session. We will learn conditional statements, loops, and functions. Again, as a reminder, if you have not taken HTML and CSS courses before, I'm going to strongly encourage you to do that because we will be dealing with HTML and DOM, that is the Document Object Model, from session 4 onwards. In the previous session, we started with learning the fundamentals of programming by understanding expressions, literals, variables, data types, arrays, strings, and so on. Now we will continue to see how we can use these with conditional statements, loops, and functions. So, conditional statements. Conditional statements allow us to set up the conditions to be true or false for any given case. So let's look at the literal definition of conditional statement. A conditional statement are features of programming language which perform different computations or actions depending on whether a programmer specified Boolean condition evaluates to be true or false. So these are pretty standard across multiple programming languages. There are very few programming languages which do not have conditional statements. So let's look at a few conditional statements. So the most common conditional statement that you will come across is the if and else block. Okay, so in the if is a keyword. So keyword followed by two parentheses, and within those parentheses, you check if the value specified is true or false. Okay, if the value specified in this if statement is true, then the code will execute within that block. And if not, then it will move on to the else block. Same way, if you have to check multiple conditions, you can use else if. So if the first condition is set to be false, then you can move on to the second condition. You can check the second condition. If that does not work out, then you can always move into the else block. Another form of conditional statement is a switch case where you have multiple options to check. So we will cover both of these by looking at a few examples. Before we do that, we have to make sure we understand the comparison operators. So the difference between equal to, double equal to, and triple equal to, right? So this is a common mistake that people make that we'll see how they make it. We also have not equal, not identical, less than, greater than, less than equal to, greater than equal to. So we will actually cover all if not most of the scenarios in our examples. Okay, so the most important thing you have to understand is you don't have to mix up equal to, double equal to, and triple equal to. Let me go back to Visual Studio Code, or rather I'll go back to the Google Chrome and show you how this works. So let me open up Google Chrome. Let me open up a new window. Let me go to the developer tools. Clear out the console. Okay. So what do you think is a value for this statement? It's true. It's true, right? It makes sense because 77 is same as 77. But what if I added a string in here? So let's say I added 77 in a string format. It still says true. And now this is actually wrong. We don't want to do this. So if you want to check strictly for the type of the literal, then we have to make sure that we use a triple equal to, because it will check the type too. So now it says false here. But what if I said 77 triple equal to 77? It says true. So we have to make sure we enter always triple equal to if we have to check the type. And this is the most common mistake people make while writing the if statements.
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
So we have logical operators. So if you want to check two conditions in one single statement, we can use these logical operators, and, or not. Again, we will explore these when we write the code. Okay, let's write the code. I'm going to go to JS Fiddle and write all my code here. I'm going to clear this out. I'm going to clear the console as well. And I'm going to change the orientation of this. Okay, let me again clear this out. All right, so what we want to do is to understand how if and else blocks work. So for this, let's consider a use case. So let's consider a student gets marks between a range of, let's say, 40 to 90, and based on how much marks he gets, we are going to give him a grade. So let's say let's write this out first. So let's say if marks are more than 90, that means he gets grade 8. I cannot make this bigger. Okay, here we go. If marks are more than 80 but less than 90, we give them grade B. Okay, if marks are more than, let's say, 60 but less than 80, that's grade C. And let's say marks less than 60, we consider him failed. Okay, so if you have to check for each and every condition, how would you do it? So let's first create a variable to hold our marks. So we'll say variable marks equal to, that's for testing purpose. Let's write out some marks here. Now we have to write an if statement. So we'll say if marks are greater than 90, we say so grade A. We have else if marks are greater than 80 but now in here we have to check two conditions. Marks are greater than 80 but they should be less than 90, so we'll use a logical AND here. So logical AND and marks less than 90. Okay, so for this we are putting in grade B. Same thing for C and D. Okay, so the next thing is marks are greater than 60. So marks are greater than 60 but less than 80. So that's grade C. And in here we just have to check for one condition, that is marks are less than 60. So I can just remove this. And we say fail. All right, so now let's run this and we will see. So we get a grade A, right? So let's say marks are 75. We get a grade C. Okay. What if we get marks like, let's say 100, what would be the use case in here? Again, you get grade A because we haven't specified the upper limit for the marks, but it's fine. Now we have to check for something really interesting. So what if a student gets marks as equal to 60? What happens then? So let's check it out. We get grade C, right? But we said that marks are less than 60, so that's why we grade C. But what if we say marks are equal to 80? Yeah, we don't get anything, right? So why is the reason for that? Because we haven't checked if the marks are greater than equal to, right? So it's always best if we check equal to. So if it's 80, up until 80, it's grade B. So in this case too, up until 90, it's grade A. Up until 60, it's grade C. If it's less than 60, then fail. So now let's run this. Now we get a grade B. Okay, so this is how an if and else if blocks work. If you were to check for something like negative, like minus, in that case, we can always write a else statement in here. So let's say else console.log invalid marks. Okay. All right, so let's go back to our slides. Okay, before we begin loops, let me go back and quickly work on our switch statement. So we talked about switch, but we haven't covered in an example. So let's work that out first. So let me clear this up again. Let me clear the console. All right, so in this case, we have to check. We have 4 states, and we have to check which state has the user selected. Okay, so let's say we have 4 states. So we have Illinois, we have New York, California, and let's say Arizona. Okay. In this case, we can use a switch case. So let's first write a variable called state. We'll assign it to, let's say, New York. Okay. And we can check for each and every condition. So we'll say switch state, and we will check for conditions. So in this case, we have to write case. For each case, we are checking it. So case, let's say, Illinois, console.log, and we say selected. Okay, we have to write it for every case in here. So this is Illinois. We'll have New York. Then we have California. And let's write for Arizona. Okay, now this is fine, but for each one of them, so let's say which case should be executed here. Okay, so let's run this and see. So it says New York is selected, California is selected, Arizona is selected. So there's obviously a bug in here. I'll tell you what the bug is, but you notice Illinois is not selected. You know why? Because the state is not Illinois, right? Let's just type in Illinois here. And let's run this. All of the states are selected. Now, the obvious bug in here is we have to break the loop when we figure out the best use case. So let's say if I type in Arizona, it will just show Arizona. It just shows Arizona because these conditions are not true, right? So once we are done by checking the case, we have to break in. So there's the break keyword that comes in handy. And you can use this for all of the loops. Otherwise, the loops can go into an infinite mode. Okay, so I'm gonna type in break, and I'm gonna run. It says Arizona, great. Let's now check New York again. We should only get New York now, not the other ones. So I say run, and I just get New York. Let me clear this out first. Let's check out California. Say run, and I get only California. I don't get Arizona because I added a break in here. Now, what if we add some other state, let's say like Kentucky? What happens then? Nothing happens because we need to specify this condition that if the state is not within these four, we have to write a default case. So we have to write a default, and we'll say console.log, say wrong state selected, and we write a break in here too. We don't have to write a break in here, but it's always good practice. So let's run this. It says wrong state selected. What if we add Wisconsin? We don't have a condition of Wisconsin in here, so it will again log out the condition, the statement in the default condition. So we say wrong state selected. So this is how a switch block works, a switch statement works. Let's go back and look at loops. Okay, so this is a literal definition of loop. Loop is a computer program that keeps on repeating itself until a specified condition is reached. So for example, let's say you have your goals, right? So you want to achieve something in life and you're working hard towards it. And unless and until you achieve that goal, you'll be repeating the same behaviors again and again and again and again. That's the easiest example of a loop. Okay. So these are the three kinds of loop. One is the for loop that we will actually see through code later on. The next ones are while and do while. So while loop is pretty interesting. We write a block of code if the condition is true, and until the condition is true, the loop keeps on executing. Do while is something a bit similar, but in case of while, if the condition is false, we won't go inside the while block. But in case of do while, we'll run the block at least once, even if the condition is false. Okay. So let's go back and see how this works. So let me clear this out. Clear the console as well. So let me write a while loop in here. I'll say variable I equals 10. This is the simplest example you can find, but the while loops in your program can become much more complicated as you start programming. So we'll start with the basic one first. So we'll say while, and in this condition we will check, let's say, if I is greater than 10. Okay, what happens if I say console.log and log out I? What if I run this? I'm not going to run this, but just I want you to think for a while. What will happen in here? What will happen is the I, that is 10. Oh, I'm sorry, I just put in the wrong expression. Okay, so the condition I'm checking is I is greater than 1. Okay, so what will happen in this block? I just want you to think for a second. What can be the possible outcome by running this? It will actually go in an infinite loop, okay? Because I will always be greater than 1. So 10 will always be greater than 1. That's why it will go in an infinite loop. So we have to add a break statement here, right? But I'm not going to do that. What I want to do is I want to reduce the value of I for by 1 every time the loop runs. So I'll say I minus minus. Okay, and let me run this.
If you have enjoyed watching this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you.
Now I get a value here. Say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. But I don't get 1 because it says I is greater than 1. It's not greater than equal to. If I was say equal to, it would give me 1 as well. Okay, so the loop has run 10 times and it has always checked if I is greater than equal to 1. Right, so if it were like let's say 20, we get 20. Okay, so we check the Boolean value of anything that is in here if it's a true or false, and we run the loop. At the moment it becomes false, we stop running. Okay, and there are certain times when the value always is true, and the loop may run on forever and forever. So that's what creates an infinite loop. Okay, so this was while statement. Let's write do while. So let me write an example. Let me create an array. So I'll say var array equals let's say 2, 45, 9, and let me loop through this array. Okay, so what I will do is I want anything that is I want all of the values from this array. Okay, so what I will do is I will say variable I equals 0. The reason I said 0 is because array starts from 0, right? So the position of 2 is at the 0th position, 11 is at the first position, 45 is at the second position, and 9 is at the third position. So I want to check if, like for each and every position in an array, I want to check until the 4th position and log the elements from until 0 to 3. Okay, so what I will do is I will say do, and inside I'll write my expressions, but I'll say while, and I will say I less than 4. So for I less than 4, I will do is console.log array and the position of I. So the I right now is 0, right? So for 0th position, I'm going to get 2. For the first position, I'm going to get 11. For the second position, I'm going to get 45. For the third position, I'm going to get 9. But I'm not going to go to the 4th position because this condition will return false. All right, so let's run this and see how it works. Oops, I think I missed something. I have to move this pointer here. So I'll just say I++. Let me run this. Yeah, I think I ran that before, so it went into an infinite loop. Let me quickly reload the page. To clear the console, paste it out and run this again. And here you go, I get all the positions here. Since I didn't run the I++, I didn't write the I++, the loop went into an infinite mode. So every time this always will remain true, and this will always remain true because I is 0, and 0 will always be less than 4. So it became an infinite loop. Okay. So now let's look at a for loop. Now for loop is a bit more interesting, right? So if you want to do for, you have to write a for keyword, and it takes three statements in here. One is the variable declaration, one is the condition, and one is the counter, right? So you move the reference of the loop ahead or behind. So let's say I would say int, not int, I don't need int. So let's say var I equals 10, I less than 10. Say I less than equal to 100 and I plus plus. Okay, in this say I'll log I. What do you think the value will be? So I'll log every number from 10 until 100. That's what will happen, because what will happen is the initial value of I is 10 right now, but once we get into the loop, this won't matter anymore, and what will happen is for every time the loop is run, we'll run an I plus plus and we'll log out the value of I, right? So let's run this, and you see that's what happens. So we logged out every value, right? So let's say if this were 100 and say greater than equal to 10, and instead of adding and say minus, and let's run this. So we log every number from 100 to 10 in the reverse order. This is how for loop works. All right, so functions. So functions is a group of reusable code that can be called anywhere in the program. So let's think of it this way. You have certain logic that you need to keep on executing again and again and again, and you don't want to write it every time you want to use it. So what you can do is you can write this block of code and reuse it wherever you want in the program. You can even have it in different files or on different server if you want, right? So these are short modular codes that can be reused, and they make the life of programmers very easy. So a good example of a function is, let's say you're building a calculator, okay, a simple calculator. You're adding two numbers, you're subtracting two numbers, or you're multiplying, or you're dividing. In each of these operations, you can have a function for each of these different operations. So the way we would do it, let's look at how we can do this. So a function is written by dividing the function keyword and the function name. So let's say in our case we do add, and in here we'll have two variables. We'll say variable A equals 10, variable B equals 20, and let's have a variable for result. Oh, not 10 plus 20, but I want to add A plus B, and I want to log this out. No, my mistake. Okay, so I've written this function. Now I have to call this function somewhere. So I'll just say add. Okay, and I will run it, and I get 30. So this is how we write a function. So if you were to take two numbers from the user and perform some operations and return the result, and you have, let's say if you have different users who are adding different numbers, then in that case this logic, the logic that you have written, can be written only once, and we can reuse it for each and every user and each and every value that the user provides. Okay, so it makes our life considerably easier. Built-in functions. So we'll cover some built-in functions on the number, string, and object data types. So we will be covering classes and constructors. So classes are special functions in JavaScript. You can use the same expressions to define a class as you would use to define a function in JavaScript. The classes aren't directly used by program, but by creating objects, you can use the objects to access the class. These objects are used to achieve different tasks that you desire in the program. So in simplest terms, classes are used to create objects. Let's look at a simple example real quickly. Let me open up Visual Studio Code. Actually, I will go to the JS Fiddle. And I'm going to clear this out from the last example. Let me clear this out. So let's take an example of pets. If we were to store information about all our pets, how would I do it, right? Let's say I have 3 dogs and 2 cats. How would I define this information inside the program? Let's consider dog for a moment. What are the properties of my dogs, right? They have, first of all, let's write in what they have. They have name. They have age. They have breed. And they have color. Now, what do dogs normally like to do? So, what do they do? Dogs like to run. They like to bark. They can fetch things, and they like to jump. Okay, so to have this information of dogs, I'll create objects to store this information, but above properties are similar to all dogs, right? So we create an object for each dog, and then we can update the properties and methods for this object. Let's actually write some code to understand this better. I'm going to comment this out. So comment this out real quick. And let me make some space here. Alright, like I mentioned earlier, you can use the same expression to define a class as you'd use to define a function in JavaScript. We create a class by using the class keyword followed by the name of the class we want to create. So in this case, we'll say class dog. Okay, this is a class definition. Now every class has an initializer function called a constructor, and it is run only once during the life of the objects when the object is created. So let's define this constructor inside the class. So let me make some space here. I'll say constructor, and I'll define a function. So let me actually log something out and show you something real quick. Log this out. I'll say hello from the constructor. Okay, now let's create an object and see the constructor in action. So the way we create an object is we type in a variable, we give it a name, so I'll say dog1, and we create an instance of this dog right here. So we want to create a new instance of this, so I'm going to say new dog, and I'm going to follow it by parentheses because I want to create a new instance. So I'm going to be running this constructor right here. So if I save this, I'm going to see hello from the constructor. What this means is that the dog1 object has been initialized for the class dog. Okay, now that we have understood what the constructor does, let's add the properties that all dogs have in common. We'll add this inside the constructor. So we will say in here, we'll say this dot name and the value. So let's for now say Tommy. Okay, and let's add the other properties. Let's say age. So let's say Tommy is 1 year old. Say Tommy is of the breed golden retriever. I'm just going to use the single quotes here instead of double quotes. I don't like using double quotes. I'm going to be using this dot color. So color is obviously, let's say, golden. Okay, this here refers to the object that is being created by the class. So let's save this and check the console now.
Thanks for watching. Please like and share this video.
And let's actually log this out. Let's log something out right here real quick. So in this case, I will log out dog1. So I get the value for dog1, right? You see all the properties for dog1. So now if you create instance for a second dog, say dog2, say var dog2, and create a new instance. In this case, what do you think will be the answer? Let me save this, and I get the same dog information. But what if the dog2 had different properties, right? So let's say if it were a black Labrador, we still get the same information as dog1, which means the age, breed, color will not match with dog2's properties. So we need to have the user properties to be user defined, then hard code them inside the constructor of our class. So to do this, you need to pass in the properties of every dog at the instance creation. So we'll have to do something like this. So for dog2, we have to pass in something right here. So we'll have to say Max. The name is Max. You have to pass in the age. You have to pass in the breed. So let's say it's a black Labrador. And let's say the color is black. Okay. Now to make sure that this object is created with these properties, we need to make changes to our constructor method, because if you see, the constructor method has the values hard-coded. We need this method to accept arguments or parameters. So let's just say name, age, breed, and color. So these are the same values that I've entered right here, right? And instead of putting in the hard-coded values, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say name, age. I'm going to remove this and say breed, and I'm going to remove this and say color. There we go. Now let's save this and run. Okay, I get an error here. What kind of error am I getting? I'm getting error because this is empty. So let me quickly add here the name, Tommy. Let's say the age is 1. It's oh, these are strings, by the way. That's one of the errors that I'm getting, I think. So I'm going to add golden retriever, and the color is, let's say, golden, and I'm going to just save it. Alright, I just have dog1 logged out. Let me log out the dog2 as well. I'll say dog2, save it. Now I get the 2 information. That's great. Now let's say for the instance method we define them inside the class. Okay, so let's say we want to make the dogs go for a run, bark, fetch, or jump. So we can write functions. So let's say I'm going to write a function right inside this class. So I'm going to say function run, and in here I'm going to say console.log, and I'm going to say the name of the dog. So this dot name plus is running. Wait. Oh, I don't need to use a function right here, the function keyword, because it's a method from within the class. So I don't need to do that. So let me just quickly log this out. Instead of dog1 and dog2, let's say console.log we don't need to log this out because we already have a console.log inside the run. So I'm just gonna say let the dog1 run. So let's Tommy run. Let the Tommy run. So let's say dog1.run, and I'm going to just save it, and it says Tommy's running. Okay, I need a space in here. Alright, great, Tommy's running. So if I wanted to make sure to make the max run, so I would say dog2.run, max is running. So great, this is what classes and constructors are. So let's have a quick overview of new JavaScript functions. So set timeout. Set timeout calls a function or evaluates an expression after a specified number of milliseconds. So one of the examples is, let me quickly remove this. Oops. Let me quickly remove this code. Oh, my mistake. We clear out the console. And a good example of set timeout will be, so let's say set timeout. And inside I'm going to pass in a function with a console.log hello. And I'm going to run it after 3000 milliseconds. So if I save this, I get this after 3 seconds, right? So if I run this, see how much time it takes for this to log out. There it is. So the next method that we want to look at is set interval. Set interval method calls a function or evaluates an expression at specified intervals. So again, it's in milliseconds. So let's say if you want to display the time, so what I will do is, so you want to display the clock. This is a very interesting use case, by the way. So let's say I'll declare a variable. I'll say my variable equals set interval, and I'm going to pass in a function that I haven't not created yet, but I'm going to just call it time, and I'm going to display it every 1 second. Right, so let me write this function real quickly. So I'll say function of time, and inside this I have to create a date object. So I will just say variable d equals new date object, and I'm going to get the local time in the local string format. So I'm going to say variable time equals d.to locale string, and I'm just going to log this out. So I'm going to say console.log and t, and I'm going to just run this. So you see right here, I get the time. Excellent. Callbacks. In simple terms, a callback is a function that is to be executed after another function has finished executing, hence the term callback. Let's look at some regular functions first. So I have two functions, function first and function second, and I call them right after I define them. So now, as you would expect, let me first run this real quick. So as you would expect, the function first is executed first and function second is executed second. But what if first function contains some sort of code that can be executed immediately? For example, an API request where we have to send the request and then wait for a response. JavaScript runs code sequentially in top-down order. However, there are some cases that code must run after something else has happened and not sequentially. This is called asynchronous programming. Callbacks make sure that a function is not going to be run before a task is completed, but will run right after the task is completed. So in JavaScript, the way to create a callback function is to pass it as a parameter to another function. and then to call it back right after something has happened or some task has been completed. So let us see how this works. We'll be using the set timeout method we learned a while ago. So let me write this real quick. So I'll say constant message and create a function. I'll log something out. Okay, console. And I'm going to run this function after, let's say 5 seconds. Okay, and let me write the set timeout. And in here, I'm going to pass this function right here. So message, and execute it after 5,000 milliseconds. So if I run this, so it appears after 5 seconds. The message is being called after something has happened. So after 5 seconds has passed, for example, in this example, but not before. So the message function is simply an example of a callback function. Okay, so let us go back. So promises. Promises are very important in JavaScript. Make sure you understand this very thoroughly, because you will be using this in advanced JavaScript, and especially in various JavaScript frameworks such as Node.js, as well as the front-end frameworks such as Angular. Promise is commonly defined as a proxy for a value that will eventually become available. So imagine you're a kid and your dad promises you that he will take you camping next week. So now you don't know if he'll go to the camping. Your dad can take you camping, or he might not take you camping because he might be busy, right? So that's a promise. A promise has 3 states. So let me go back in here real quick and open up the console. So a promise has 3 states. The first is pending. The next one is fulfilled. And the last one is rejected. Okay, so pending is that you don't know if you'll go to camping. Fulfilled means your dad takes you to camping because he's not busy. Okay, the not busy is a condition that we have to check. The rejected, that means your dad does not take you to camping because he's busy, right? So let's write some code for this. Let's codify this. So I'll just clear this console out, and I'll declare a variable to see if dad is busy. So I'll say is dad busy. So currently he's not busy. And let me create a new promise. So this is how you create a new promise. I'll declare a variable, take me camping, and this will either be fulfilled or not fulfilled. Will take me camping, this promise. So I'll say new promise, and inside this we pass in a function. So I'll say function resolve reject. Okay, so just ignore this, I just accidentally pressed enter right here. In this we have to see if dad is busy. So I'll say if dad is busy. So I'll say if dad is not busy, and in here I'm going to, if dad is not busy, then we are going camping, right? So I'll create a object for camping which will have all the information about camping. So I'll say where we are going. So let's say we are going into the state of Wisconsin. The time, say we are going at 10 a.m. The day, say we're going on Sunday, and that is it. Now, since that is not busy, we are definitely going to camping. So I'm just going to resolve this request. That means the request has been fulfilled.
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
So resolve camping. So that means the request has been fulfilled. And if that is busy, then we have to give a reason because that is busy. So I'll just say var reason equals new error. I'm just going to throw an error, and the reason is that is busy. And I'm going to reject this with a reason. So which means we are not going to camping. Okay. So this is how we create a promise. And if I now see if will that take me camping, the promise is resolved because dad is not busy, and that's why we're going, right? But what if dad is busy? So if I say and I create this again, then I get an error. I get an error saying that dad is busy, so we are not going camping today. Great. Let's go back. Async and await is special syntax to work with promises in a much more easier fashion. This is a way of defining the promises and handling the reject and resolve. You won't be covering this in detail because this is still an introduction to JavaScript, but as we move on to the advanced level, we'll definitely go in detail for async and await. So closure. A closure is a function that has access to its outer function scope even after the outer function has returned. Okay, so what does that mean? So let me go back here real quick, clear this out, and explain what this means. So let us say we declare a variable, and I say world. In here, I will say I'll declare a function called hello. I'll say hello, and in here, let me log out. Now, what closure means is closure is a function that has access to its outer function scope even after the outer function has returned. So that means we have access to the outer scope, right? So the outer scope in this case is variable a, right? So if I just say a and just run this function, so I'll say hello, I got hello world. Great. So arrow functions. Arrow functions are also known as fat arrow functions. They are new and they were introduced in ECMAScript 6. They allow us to write a much more concise syntax for writing the function expressions. They utilize a new token called fat arrow right here. Oh, my mistake. And which makes our code much more concise, and they simplify the function scoping. Okay, so this is your regular function, and this is an arrow function. The good thing about this is we have to write much less code, and it gives us it allows us to achieve developer productivity. So that's it. In this session we have covered promises, callbacks, arrow functions, as well as we have gone over the conditional statements, as well as loops. So this session is very important in terms of working with the project that we'll be covering in the future session. So make sure you understand these concepts very thoroughly, and I will see you in the next session. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome back, guys. Good to have you here. Welcome to Introduction to JavaScript course. Who am I? I'm Kaustubh, but you can call me KG. I will be teaching you session 4 of Introduction to JavaScript today. Before we begin, let's look at the session outline. In this session, we will be exploring Document Object Model. DOM, as it's short for Document Object Model, is a tree structure representation of HTML. It defines the logical structure of the HTML document and the way we can access and manipulate the elements on this tree structure using JavaScript. Again, as a reminder, if you have not taken HTML and CSS courses before, I'm going to strongly encourage you to take them, because from this session onwards, we will be focusing on DOM, and we will be covering them in each of the projects that we'll be working on. In the last session, we covered the conditional statements and loops. We will be using many of these concepts in the projects that we will be working on together. But to work on these projects, we also need to learn how HTML can be accessed and manipulated using JavaScript. So let's begin. So what is DOM? So this is a typical W3C definition that we get for what DOM is. But to explain it simply, DOM is a way we can access the elements on the HTML page. Think of this in terms of visual information tree structure. So what do I mean by that? Let me show you. So this is your typical HTML file. You have the HTML element, the header element, body element, as well as the paragraph element here. And this is represented in a tree structure format. And the way we can access each one of these elements is by using JavaScript. And to access each one of these elements, we have to first access the overall element in which each individual element resides. So that overall object is called document object. Okay, so let's go back to the slides. So a document object model is a standard for how we can get, change, add, or delete the HTML elements. Now, once we get these HTML elements, we can make changes to their property, we can add attributes to them, we can also access a few methods on these HTML elements, and we can also listen to key events on these elements and make sure that we add a bit of functionality to our HTML document. So, DOM methods. These are the two most important DOM methods that we'll be looking at. So the first one is getElementById. It is the most common one that you will be working on throughout this course. It is used to get the element by using the ID. So let's say if you have a paragraph element that is on your HTML file and you need to access this, if that element has an attribute of ID, we can access that using JavaScript. In a similar fashion, if we want to get more than one elements, we can use class names, because ID is unique. Remember, you must have learned this in the HTML course. ID is unique, but the class names can be reused again and again. So if you were to access multiple elements, we can use one single class name. So finding the HTML elements. Now imagine if you have 1,000 lines of HTML code and a couple of hundred div tags. If we were to access a particular div tag, how would we do it? For this, there are a few methods that are provided to us which make accessing this specific div tag easier. The easiest way to access a particular div tag is by accessing its ID or class name. When writing in HTML, you usually add an ID or class for that specific element. By using the methods available on the DOM object, we can access these elements by using IDs. So let us go back to Visual Studio Code Editor and we'll see this in action. So I'm going to create a new folder here and I'm going to call this session 4, and I'm going to open up this folder in my Visual Studio Code. Let me create a new file called index.html. Let me close this up, and in here I will add a boilerplate code. Alright, so we already have the doc type, the HTML tag, the header, the body. Now we have to add a few div elements of our own. So let's add a few div elements. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. So for first, let's give it an ID of, let's say, container. For the second one, let's give a class of test. And for the second one, let's give an ID of, let's say, test2 and a class of test. Okay, now let's write some JavaScript to access these elements. Now the way we can do this is by adding a script tag. So let me add a script tag right below this. Okay, in here what I will do is I will use document dot get element by ID, and we'll access the first element and say container, and I want to see if I get this. So what I will do is I will store this in a variable. Do you remember the concept of variable that we learned in previous sessions? So I will say variable, give it a space. I'm accessing div1, so let's say div1 equal to, and I will assign document.getElementById by ID and container, and I will make sure I log this out. So I will say div1. So let us run this. So I'm going to open up a local host of 5500. Okay, it started at 5501, so let me begin at 5501 and let me go to inspect, and I already have an error, but it's fine. That's a favicon ICO error. But if you look at here, we have a div with an ID of container, and that's from index.html at line 21. So this is the log that has been printed. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to get all the divs with class of test, how would I do that? Let me first create a variable and say divs, and I will access the document and use the get elements by class name, and I will pass in the class name. Let me go back and log this out first, and I will say divs. Now if I open up the console, I should get
If you have enjoyed watching this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you.
two console.logs because I have two console.logs. First one is of course the get element by ID, and the second one was get elements by class name. If you notice, we have two elements with the same class name. That's why we get two elements in the log. So we have two elements. We have element 1 and we have element 2. So that's great. Let's go back to our PowerPoint slides. Same way, once we get the access to the element, we can change the HTML attributes for it. So one of the way we can add new HTML elements is we can say element.innerHTML, or we can add a new attribute by saying element.attribute and a new value. If you were to change the styles available on this particular element, we can also add new styles by using element.style.property and define our styles. Right, similar to the properties and the attributes on the elements, we can also have access to the events that these elements are attached to, and based on the trigger of these events, we can make changes to the index.html file. So let's look at a few of these events. So here are a few examples of these events. So one of the most common events is the user click. So when you're browsing on the web page, you click on different aspects of the HTML document, like for example a button. That is an event that is being registered, and based on that event we make decision on how to present changes onto the HTML file. One of the other event is to notice when the complete web page has loaded. One of the event is to see if the image has been loaded, and the rest are the few elements that you can see right from the point number 4 to point number 6, where you can see if the mouse is moving, mouse as in the cursor that is hovering over different elements. We can make sure that the element changes color when the mouse is hovering over it. We can also have the input field changed, right? So if you have noticed this, when you're filling out a form, when you click on an input element, you get a blue colored border for that specific element. That is by triggering of the event of bringing that element to focus. So these are certain events that we will be talking about and discussing in this session, as well as most importantly in the projects that we'll be covering. So these are the key event listeners that we add to the HTML element. So one of them is on click, one is on load, one is on change, one is mouse over, and one is mouse down. These are just a few of them. There are a lot of events that you can attach to an element. I have not covered all of them, but I highly recommend you check few resources that I have provided at the end of this session. So let's actually code this and see how this will look. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. Before I do anything, let me add a button element here real quick. I will say click me, and let me add an ID of click button. Okay, now let me go back inside the JavaScript. Let me create a variable to store this button. I will say document dot get element by ID, and we have click button. I believe the B of the button is capital. Now let me add a add event listener method to this element. So I will say button dot add event listener, and the event that we are listening for is click. Okay, once you register click, you want to run a function. So let me write a function name. I haven't defined this function yet, but let's say click button function. Now let me define this click button. So I'll say click button, and inside here I will add a console.log and say button is clicked. Save it and see if this works. Looks like the application is already running. So let me go back here. Let me open this up at port 5501 and go to developer tools, to the console, and when we click on this button, it says button is clicked. So it looks like the event is being registered. Okay, so that's great. Now if you want to just register the event itself, what we can do is we can log the event out. So let's remove that button is clicked and add an event. Let's pass in E for event, and see how this looks. So let me click on this again, and you can see the entire event is being logged. So expand this, you get all the properties for this event. Now imagine the possibilities of what you can do with this event. We will be covering this in more detail in project 3, but till then, make sure you understand the events and how they are attached to the elements and how we can use JavaScript to manipulate them. Great, so let's go back to the slides. All right, I believe this concludes the session, but before we do that, let's do a quick recap of what we have learned thus far. So we covered the document object model. Do you remember what a document object model is? In the simplest terms, document object model is a way we can access the elements on the HTML page. You remember the tree structure that we saw? Just imagine that whenever you're trying to code using document object model and JavaScript. We have learned the way we can access each of the elements that are in the document object model is by using certain methods that the DOM object provides. So do you remember some of these DOM methods? One of it is get elements by ID. Another one is get elements by class name. And there are a few more that you may encounter from time to time. I strongly encourage you look at a few resources that I provide at the end of this chapter. So having said that, let's move forward. Okay, in the next session we'll be starting with projects. So the first project that we will be building is a simple calculator using HTML and CSS and JavaScript. Full disclaimer, I will not be covering HTML and CSS in detail. I will be focusing on JavaScript mostly for all of the future sessions. So this concludes this session. Thank you very much for joining me, and I will see you in the next session. Take care. Hey, welcome back, guys. Good to have you here. In this session, we're going to start working on the projects. So thus far, we have covered JavaScript concepts using PowerPoint slides or Google Slides. I will be taking a more hands-on approach from now on. So you will see me coding a bit and focusing less on the slides. We have to apply what we learned in the previous sessions and understand how we can use JavaScript to manipulate the HTML files. Okay, so before we begin, let's look at the session outline. Right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to recap what we learned in previous sessions and understand how we can apply this in this project. The next one is we're going to understand how we can manipulate the DOM to get the user inputted information, and we have to get this information and do some calculations on top of it and display the results, right? So what is the actual project that we are building, right? So we'll see that after we're done with recap. So in this session, we're going to be building a simple calculator application. The scope of the application is just the user enters two numerical values, and depending on those values, we perform some calculations and display the result. All right, so let's go ahead. All right, so this is the project scope. So we'll create a simple HTML page, a simple HTML form that will collect two values from the user and perform these arithmetic operations. So the requirements for this project are: you need to have a code editor installed, like Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text, and a web browser installed, ideally Google Chrome. I have all these tools installed, so I will not be installing them again. But if you don't, please go ahead and install them. The project source files are available on GitHub. So if you remember, like we discussed in the session 1, GitHub is a source control. Git is a source control, but GitHub is a place where we can store our source code. So I have this GitHub page, and you can access this project source files over there. You can download it, and you can use it for your review. All right, so the first thing we have to understand is we have to manipulate the DOM using JavaScript. So before we do that, we have to first build a HTML form, get the user inputted values in there, and then access those inputted values using JavaScript. So let's actually begin coding. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create a folder on my desktop and call it a projects folder. I'll store all my projects in this folder. So I'll create another folder called calculator, since that's our first project. And I will open up this folder in Visual Studio Code so that we can create all the necessary files for this project. Alright, so now that the folder has been created, let's create our first file. I'm going to name this file as index.html. Right. Let me get rid of this sidebar. Okay, now let's first think about how we're going to create this project. So let's create an outline. So what are the main essential components that we need to create a calculator? So we need a number. We actually need two numbers. Let's create a very simple calculator with just arithmetic operations on two numbers. Right? So we need to get two numbers from the user, and we need to show the arithmetic operation result to the user when the user selects appropriate arithmetic operation that they want to perform on those two numbers. Right? So if it's 5 and 6 and they want to add, so we'll have an add button. When they click on it, they will see the result as 11. Okay, so let me go ahead and add a boilerplate code. Now this particular project, I'm not going to cover HTML and CSS. You should already be familiar with that. But that said, I will add some boilerplate code in here, as well as add Bootstrap, that is the CSS framework, so that a project has some sort of structure and it does not look as ugly as we would like. So I just added a boilerplate code, and I'm going to name this as calculator application. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add Bootstrap. All right, so this is good. Now we'll add the script tag in just a moment here, but let's first add the HTML for accepting two numbers from the user.
Thanks for watching. Please like and share this video.
So I'm going to go ahead and create a form. I close this up and I'm going to name this form as calculator. You'll see just in a moment why I named this form calculator. And let me get two numbers from the user. So the way we get two numbers or any inputted value from the user is we use an input tag. So let's create number 1, number 2, and I'm going to use an input tag here. So what attributes do we need for the input tag? So we need a type of text, we need a name, and I'm going to name this as number 1. So I'm going to remove the space. All right, and at the end of this I'm going to add a break tag. All right, so that looks fine. Let me just reuse this again and change this to number 2. All right, so we have our two input fields for accepting two user values. Now we need to show them in a result. All right, so I'm just going to use input tag again to show the results. So I'm going to say get result, and reuse this. And this will say total. All right. Okay, so we have three input values where we can get user input and display the result. Now we need some sort of trigger to execute our JavaScript, right? So what we will do is we will add a set of buttons that will hold our logic for the arithmetic operations that we want to perform on these two numbers. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a group of buttons for the arithmetic operations that we want to perform. So if you remember that we saw in the slide the kind of arithmetic operations we want to perform. So these were addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus. So we'll need at least 5 buttons. So let me go ahead and create those. All right, so I'm going to use Bootstrap for grouping these buttons together. So let's say class of container, class of row, and I'm going to create every other as a class column. Oh, come on. All right, so let me create the first button in here. So I'll say input type of button. I'll say value is, let's say, addition, and on click. Now when we click on this button, we want to execute the JavaScript. So I'm just gonna keep this blank for just a moment, and we'll get back here. All right, so this is for addition, and I'm just gonna reuse this code again for the other operations. So we have addition. Now we need one for subtraction. So I'll say sub. We need one for multiplication. Need one for division, and one as modulus. All right, so let's first check out and see if this HTML code that we have entered is correct and everything looks in order. So now to run this application, what you can do is you can click on the index.html directly like let's say I go in here and I say open with Google Chrome, and this will work. Okay, so this looks a bit ugly, I admit that, but we're not concerned about the aesthetics of this application, but the functionality. So you can either double click on that file and open this up in this fashion, or the way I recommend is starting a live server so that you can make sure all the index.html as well as any of the CSS files or JavaScript files that we'll create in the next sessions will be loaded correctly. So what we can do is we can add a live server extension to our code editor. So I'm using Visual Studio Code, and most of the code editors will have some sort of extension. All you have to do is figure out a way how to install it. So I'm going to go ahead and, okay, this is not the Visual Studio Code editor. Okay. All you have to do is go ahead and install this extension for your particular code editor. So in Visual Studio Code, all I can do is select the extensions tab right on the left hand side here. Click on it, and I'm going to search live server. All right, so this is the one that I want, and I'm going to install it. Now once you install this, notice you get an option of go live on the bottom right corner of the screen. I'm going to close this again. Now you have go live option here, so all I can do is select this and it will start a server and open up the application. Now if you notice the URL here, it shows my local host address and the port that the server is running on. Now of course you can customize this port according to your needs, but I'm not going to cover this. I'm not going to cover the change of port in this session. So I'm going to keep this running. So if we make any changes overall to the code, they will be reflected here. So let's try to click on any one of these buttons, and if you notice, nothing happens, right? So let's now start by adding our JavaScript logic here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a script tag in the head section of the HTML and add all our logic for these arithmetic operations that we want to perform. Okay, so let me collapse this. Let me open this up, and let me go ahead and add some space so that I can work. I'll add a script tag. Say language. We don't need to add language, I don't think it's necessary, but I'm just gonna add it so that I don't get any errors. So I'll say JavaScript type of text and JavaScript. All right. If you remember how to create function, we use the function keyword followed by the function name. So in this case, it is going to be addition, and now I want to access two values, the two values that the user has inputted. So I need to store those values in variables, right? So first of all, how do we access these values, right? So if we scroll down and if we understand this, that we have two input tags, right? And each one of them has a different name. So what we can do is we can access them by the name, but before we access the input tag, we need to understand that input tags are a child element inside the form element, right? So we first have to access the form and then go and make our way into these input tags, right? So let me first create two variables so that we can understand much more clearly. So I'll create var a, come on, var a equal to, say I'll put it a blank string for now. So the user has inputted values in the input box, but they are in the format of text, right? So we have a type of text. Now we want them in the number format. So I'm going to use the number function that the JavaScript provides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say number, and in here I want to access the form and then the value inputted by the user for number one. So how do we do this? If you remember DOM, the way we access it, we use the document object, then add a period, and we want to access the form first. So the form name is calculator, so I'll just say calculator, and now I want to access number one. Okay, so the first number I want to access, so I'm going to say number one, and I want to access its value, so I'll say value. I'm going to do the same thing for the second number. Yeah, so now we have the two variables here that hold the value of the numbers that the user has inputted are going to perform the arithmetic operation, right? So we store the value of this arithmetic operation in a different variable. So let me define a variable. So I'll say variable c to a plus b, right? Since we're doing addition, I've added the plus symbol right here. So now what you want to do is you want to display the value of c into the third input box that we had created. So the third input box was get result. Now the way I can access it is by accessing the total attribute, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document dot calculator dot total, since the name of that input tag is total, and I'm going to set its value to C. Alright, so I think this looks good. So let's test this out. Our server is already running, so it should work. Okay, I think the tab got closed here. So what's the port here again? It's 5500. So let me go to localhost 5500. Right. I'm going to add two values. So let's say 2 and 10. Okay, it does not work. Why does not it work? Oh, I got an error. Okay, so this is fine. We don't need to worry ourselves about this error. This is a bootstrap error. Now this is not working. Why is it not working? Oh, you know why? Because we just created a function and never called it, right? So what we need to do is we need to add this function to the button that we had already created. So remember this, I left this purposefully empty. So we need to call that function that we just created in here. So what I can do is I can just say addition and just call it. But I'm going to add a JavaScript here so that it knows to access the script tag. Okay, and let me add a semicolon. I think we're good to go. Let's go here. Say 2, 10, add 12. We get 12. Let's add a big number here now. Let's say 1,000 and 5,000. Yep, we get it. We get the correct result, right? So let's try subtraction. Doesn't work. Multiplication doesn't work because we haven't written functions for those. So let's write the functions for those and then call those functions in the on-click method, right?
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
Right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy and paste this and just change the operator right here, because since we are dealing with only 3 numbers, right, so 2 are the input and 1 is the output, so we can use this same code again. So let me create first the functions that we want. So we have function subtraction, and we have multiplication as well as division. And we have modulus. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy paste all of this into these functions. Now ideally what you can do is you can create one function to access the values and then call that function every time, but for the sake of creating this simple, we are just reusing this again and again for each function. So we just got done with subtraction. Now we go ahead in multiplication, just change the operand right here, save this. We got done with multiplication. Let's add the division. Right, so division is done. Let's add in modulus. So if you remember modulus sign, right here. Right, so let's just save this and go back to our application. I'll just remove this white space right here. Okay. Oh, you know what? I actually forgot to add the function again to the on-click event. So let me do that real quickly. So we need to add subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus right here. So expand this, and I'm going to type JavaScript subtraction, JavaScript multiplication, and one for division, and one for modulus. Alright, so I think we're done here. Just go back to the application, see if this works. Right, so let's take, say, 2 numbers. Let's check out addition, it works. Subtraction, it works perfectly fine. Let's do multiplication, it works. The division works too. And the modulus is 0 because, yeah, that is correct, the modulus is 0. Right, so let me add this as 30, 320. Addition, modulus is 0. That's working fine. So let's play with some numbers here. Let me add a smaller number. So let's say this is 10 and this is 1000. Divide, you get a negative symbol right here. So this is working perfectly fine. Divide, you get in decimal. And the mod is 10. Yep, this works perfectly fine. Looks like it works, guys. The application is done. So now what we can do is we can improve on this project. You can style it correctly. You can add a better looking button. You know, um, if I go back to our code, we can probably refactor it a bit. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to give you some tips on how you can refactor the code. Right. So if we go on to the script, if you see, we have 4 different functions for 4 different operations, and for each function we are getting value from the user. So what you can do is you can write one function where you get the value, and you can rerun this function for each of these operations instead of writing these 2 lines each and every time. You can also create a separate function for displaying the result, right? And if you want to compress this more, what you can do is you can write a single function calling it arithmetic operations, and based on what the user clicks, you can just write a switch case where you inject the operator based on the user click on the buttons. Okay, that's one way to do it. And I think we're done with this project right here. Yep, we are done. So let's now go back to the slides. Let me close this. I don't need the bootstrap. Right, so we got done with the printing of results to the DOM. We attached the event handler for onClick. We actually didn't attach an event handler, so we actually directly added the function into the onClick event, and we displayed the result in the last input box. And this is the project, right? So there are a few resources that I've added. So if you want, you can expand on this calculator. You can work on creating a scientific calculator or a mortgage calculator, right? So you can go to these links and understand this concept more thoroughly by practicing. Okay, and this concludes for project 2. I'll see you in this concludes project 1. I'll see you in project 2. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome back, guys. Good to have you here. Previous project was fun, right? We created a simple calculator application using just HTML and JavaScript. However, in this project, we are going to dive a bit deeper into JavaScript. So before we do that, let's look at the session outline. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to recap the previous project and understand how this project is different from the previous project. The next thing we're going to understand is how to use JavaScript to manipulate the DOM. We're going to get quite a bit of information from the user. We're going to ask user to input some information, and we're going to take this information and show it on our application. So we have to understand how to manipulate the DOM into getting this information that the user just entered and showing it on the application. So that means updating the DOM using this information. So we'll be covering both of these in a short while. So let's begin. So recap. So what did we do in the previous session? So we created a simple calculator application. We had a HTML file that had all the code in it, right? We wrote the JavaScript into the script tag itself. But in this application, what we are going to do is we are going to separate out the JavaScript into its own file. The reason we do this is it becomes manageable if we were to build a more complex and more wide application. So it is easier to separate out the functionality of the application and the aesthetics of the application. So aesthetics and the templating will be handled by the HTML and CSS, but the functionality is handled by the JavaScript. So it is always best if we keep them separate. So let's look at what kind of project we're going to build. So we're going to create a simple to-do application for this project. Let's first look at the scope of the project. So we're going to create a simple HTML application that takes the user inputted to-dos and displays them in a list format. So the page that I'm envisioning right now is we will have a single user input box where the user can add his or her tasks and have a button that says add. When the user clicks on this button, the information that you added in the input box has to be added on to the list. So let's see how we can develop this. Before we begin, we need to know if we have Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text or any sort of code editor installed on our computer, as well as Google Chrome. I already have installed on this computer, so I will not be doing this, but if you don't, please go ahead and install these tools. And as always, the source files are available on my GitHub page, so you can download the source code and review it. All right, so let's first look at how we can manipulate the DOM. So before we jump into the slides, let's actually start coding directly. All right, I'm going to start by creating a new folder inside my projects folder. I'm going to name this folder as to do. I'm going to open up this folder in Visual Studio Code Editor and create two files. One file to write all of the HTML and one file to write all of my JavaScript. So in the index.html file, we'll add the basic boilerplate code like we did in the last session. I'll add the bootstrap CDN to get started. I'll just copy this here, add it just above the title. And I will change the title to application. Inside the body element, we'll create two HTML elements required for this project. One is the input element and one is the button. But before I do that, let me create a master div inside which I will add the header tag and write the name of our application. Now we'll go ahead and create these two elements that are required for this application. So first one is the input and the second one is the button. Okay, let me remove this extra space right here. Now for the button, I will give this an ID of task. I will add this of type text, and I will also add a placeholder of add task. I'll make sure I close this. Inside the button element, I'll add the ID of add. I'll add the type of button, and the label for the button I will say is add task. So this is enough for now, but we will definitely need to include the bootstrap classes that I have added. So let me go ahead quickly and add these bootstrap classes. Alright, I'll start by adding the bootstrap classes right here. Even for the input element, I'll add the class of form control. For the button, I'll add a class of button and button outline secondary. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to add this button into a different div so that I can make sure that the input element is adjacent to the button element. So I'll add a class of input append, and right after this div, I will add a horizontal line and create another div.
If you have enjoyed watching this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you.
Display the to-dos. I'll add a class of container and give it an ID of to-dos. Let's go ahead and check this application real quick. I'll open up with the live server. And so this is how the application looks, which is fine. Let us go back and add the JavaScript for this application. So before I do that, I have to add the script tag right here, just before I close the body element. Give it a source of to-do.js. Okay, now let me go back into the to-do.js and start coding. Alright, inside of here, first of all, let's walk through the steps we need to take to build this application. So I'll just write these steps down. So first is to get the to-dos from user. Okay, second is to store these to-dos in local storage. The third would be to retrieve the to-dos from the local storage. Fourth would be to display the to-dos on application. Okay, and the last one is we want the user to delete the completed to-dos. So delete the completed to-dos. Right, excellent. Let me just comment this out so we know what we are working on. Now let's begin writing the code for getting the to-dos from the user and storing them in local storage. To accomplish this, let's write a function to add the tasks that the user needs to complete inside our local storage. So I'll start by creating this function. And for this, we'll have to get the task from the user. We do this by accessing the value that the user adds in the input element of our application page. So the input element is right here. We get its value by accessing this element by its ID using the document.getElementById. So let me go ahead and add this here first. So before I add this here, I have to create a variable to hold this value. So let me create a variable called task, and I will say document.getElementById. The name of the ID was task, and I'll need to access its value. Alright, so now the user will have multiple tasks, so it's best if you use array to store these multiple tasks. So we'll create a new array. So I'll say var to-do is equal to new array, and we will add the user added task into this to-do array. Do you remember how to add the elements into the array object in JavaScript? We use the push method on the array object to insert a new element into the array. So in this case, it will be to-dos.push, and I will say task. Okay, next we want to store this array inside of our local storage. Now, if you remember your HTML5 fundamentals in local storage, the local storage is a web storage API object that stores data in a key value pair format. We use the setItem method on the local storage object to store this array. Now, to store this array, we need to convert it into a string first. So we will have to use json.stringify to take this JavaScript object and convert it into string. So the way we would do this is we would first write down the local storage, invoke the setItem method, add a key value. So the key I'm assigning this is to do. And after this, I'm going to be storing this array in a string format. So I'll say json.stringify and to-dos. All right, now let's run this function when the user submits their task on our application, for which we will need to attach a add event listener function on the button element. So we have the button element right here, and listen to the click event. Once we record the click event, we need to run this add function. So let me go ahead and add this right outside this function. So I'll say document.get element by ID, and I'll say add, and I'll attach a event listener. Now listen for the event of click. Once we listen to the event of click, we want to run the add function. So I'll say add. Alright, so now let's test this application thus far and see if we can add user inputted tasks in local storage. So I'm in my browser. I will open up the developer tools, and I will head off into the application and select the local storage. You can just ignore this. This is something I was testing before. I'll just clear this. Let's start by adding a new task. Alright, so the task 1 is being added in here with the key of to do and the value of task, that is an array. Let's add a few more tasks. Alright, so when we add tasks, the task 1 gets deleted and the task 2 is added. So we will have to make some changes to the existing code to fix this. So what we need to do is to declare a new array for storing the to-dos only if the to-dos array exists in our local storage. If the to-do array exists, then we need to retrieve and add new tasks to it. Now the way we can retrieve is to write a new function that will retrieve an existing to-dos array. So let me go ahead and create this function. I'll call this function as get to-dos. You'll see why we separated this out in a different function, as we will need to retrieve stored to-dos multiple times. Alright, so inside of here we will create a new array. I'm just going to use this line over here and move it inside. Okay, we also need to create a variable to store the existing to-dos from the local storage. So I'll create a variable existing to-dos. So I'll create a variable existing to-dos to store the existing to-dos from local storage. In this case, we'll use the getItem method on the local storage object and access the existing to-dos by referencing the key, which in our case is to do. So if you remember, this is the key that we used. Okay, so let's write this out. So we'll say local storage dot getItem, and the key we're looking for is to do. Right, now we need to check if the existing to-dos variable we just created is null or not, because if the to-dos don't exist in local storage, this right here will return null, which means we have to use the newly created array, which is this one right here, to store the user to-dos. Okay, but if the existing to-dos is not null, that means the to-dos exist in local storage and we assign them to this variable. Okay, so let's go ahead and write this if statement to check this condition. I'll say if existing to-dos not equal to null, then do something. Now in here, now remember we stored the to-dos array in a string format, but if we have to add new tasks to this array of to-dos, we need to convert it back into a JavaScript object. To do this, we'll use the JSON parse and assign this to-dos variable, assign this to the to-dos variable that we created earlier. So we'll assign it to this. Okay, so let's say to-dos equal to JSON.parse, and I'll say existing to-dos. And after this, we will just return existing to-dos. Now remember, this function will only return one value for to-dos. Either it will return a blank array, or it will return existing to-dos in local storage if they exist. Now let's test this application if this runs. Looks like the server is already running. So let me go back in here. We already have task 2. Let's add task 1. Okay, I'm getting an error right here. It says todos.push is not a function because I missed something. Okay, yes. So if you remember this, I moved this from the add function right here. So what I will do is I'll create a variable of to-dos and get these to-dos from this function right here. So it will either be existing to-dos or a blank array. So I'll say get to-dos. I'll save it. I'll go back. You can ignore this error. This is a jQuery error. I'm not really concerned about this. So I'll just add the task 1 again. Okay, I got one more error. It says todos.push not function. It says on line 13. Or to-dos equal to get to-dos. Okay, so this should run. What's wrong with here? Let's do a little debugging. Okay, I found the error right here. We need to return the to-dos, not the existing to-dos. Let's go back and check this once again. So the task 1 gets added. Let's add a few more tasks. Alright, so this looks good. Now let's add the code to show the to-dos we have stored in our local storage right here. So if we go back, we close this up so I can get some space. Now we'll start by creating a new function called show. So we'll create a new function called show. Now first we need to get the existing to-dos from the local storage. This is where this get to-dos function which you wrote will prove useful. So let me get the existing to-dos first. So I'll say var to-dos equal to get to-dos. We need to display these to-dos in our application. How will we do this on our application page? If you remember, we created a div in the HTML file specifically to display these to-dos. We will have to attach an HTML element to this div. We will need to access it using JavaScript and add to its inner HTML property. Now let's write the code to do so. So let me go back and add this code right here. I'll say document.getElementById. The ID for that div right here was to-dos. So I'll say to-dos dot inner HTML. Now here, what kind of HTML element you want to display these to-dos in? I believe a list format can be useful, so I'm going to create an unordered list for each to-do item, one line at a time. The inner HTML takes a string, so we'll have to compose a string first. So I'll leave this blank for now. and we will work on composing the string that we will then assign it here. So I'll start by creating a variable called HTML.
Thanks for watching. Please like and share this video.
And assign a unordered list tag to it. So I'll say unordered list. Okay, now I need to add a list tag on each line for each to-do that is stored in an array. In order to do this, we need to loop over the array and get each individual values which can be attached to the list tag. So the way we do this is by running the for loop on the to-dos. So I'll say var I equal to 0, I less than to-dos dot length I plus plus, and inside here I will just concatenate the list item for with the unordered list element right here. So I'll just say HTML plus equal to, and I will say list div paragraph plus to-dos I, close the paragraph and the div and the list element. Alright, here each element from the array will be added inside the paragraph tag right here. Now let's finish up the HTML string by adding the closing bracket for the unordered list. So right after this I will say HTML plus equal to, and I will close the unordered list. Now we attach this HTML string that we have just composed to the inner HTML property of the div element that we accessed earlier. So it was this, and we will assign this right here. Alright, so now the show function is complete for now. Let's call this function at the end of our file. So I'll say show here. And also we need to call this inside the add function. So let me go back into the add function, call it again right here. The reason we do this is because we want the DOM to be updated when a new task is added by the user. So we'll actually call the show function right here again. So now let's test this out and see if the to-do stored inside the local storage in our application page are displayed on the application page. I'm sorry. So looks like the server is already running. Let me go back, and here it is. Okay, so we were successful in displaying the existing to-dos onto the application page. The next thing we have to do is give the user the ability to delete any completed to-dos, for which we will need a delete button for each of the to-do that is being displayed. Let's add the delete button to each of the to-do that we display. I will add a few more div and utilize the bootstrap classes to make sure I have the delete button right next to each to-do. So let me add this real quickly and you will visit the code. So I will add the code right here. Alright, so I added the code right here. Now if you notice this, I added a class of remove to this button element right here. So I created a button element and added a few classes in here, and remove is one of the class that I assigned it. Now I also assigned the ID attribute to the value of I, which means now we can identify which delete button is associated with which to do in the array. Now the reason I added the class of remove is so that I can access the delete buttons with however many tasks exist in an array. and I can attach event listener for each one of them. You will see now why this is a better approach. So let's first look at how these delete buttons look. So yeah, so the delete buttons that I just added right now work. I mean, they're displayed, but they don't work actually. So we have to write the code to attach event listener for each one of them. Okay, so let us go back and attach it to them. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get all of these buttons in one go. So go ahead and right here, let me define a new variable to store all the button elements in the application. So I'll just create a variable called buttons, and I will use the document.getElement by class name, since I used the class of remove right here, and do this. Okay, so I got all the buttons. Now I need to loop over all of these buttons one by one and attach an event listener. So let me go ahead and add that real quick. 0 I less than length I plus plus, and inside for each button I'll add a event listener. But the event that we're listening for is the click, and I'll add a remove function. Now we haven't returned the remove function, but we need to write this function right now and run it every time the user clicks. Okay, so let us write this function real quick outside of the show function. So I'll just create a new function called remove. Okay, so now the first thing I need is the ID of the button that has been clicked, which will give me the element inside the array to be deleted. Now, if you remember, we had already added an ID. So the way we can access this is by using the following code. Let me first write up the code and let me explain it later. So I'll say var ID equal to this dot get attribute of ID. Okay. Now, do you remember this keyword which we learned in session 2? This keyword refers to the current object in a method or a constructor. By using the get attribute, we get the ID attribute for each and every specific element, right? So if I click on this button right here, I will get the ID of 0 because that's the 0th position inside of this array. Okay, so now let me get the existing to-dos first. Let's say get to-dos. Now we delete the element from the array using ID, which is the position at which the to-do is stored, right? So I'll say to-dos dot splice. So this is a method on the array object. After we do this, we need to add this updated array into the local storage again, for which we will use the setItem method again. So I'll use local storage dot setItem, use the key, and again stored in a string format. I will say to-dos. Now this is completed. Okay, now we need to call the show function again inside this remove function, because the to-dos in the array are being updated. That means the DOM needs to be updated as well. So I'll just say show again. Alright, so this looks good. Let's go ahead and test this out. So deleting task 2 did not work. Let me go into the console and see why. It says button is not defined. It shows on line 49. So let me expand this real quick. Okay, I missed the button, the yes here. We go back, delete task 1. Okay, so task 2, sorry, task 2 was deleted successfully. Now if you look at the array, I can delete the task. I can also add the task. So let's add task 2 again. We add task 3, task 4, and let me add task n. Now let's say if I wanted to delete task 3, the task 3 is deleted from the DOM as well as it's deleted from the array that is stored inside the local storage as well. Looks like everything worked as expected. That's excellent. Let's move back to the slides. So we covered everything from this slide onwards. So we covered manipulating the DOM. We also covered updating the DOM in real time when we use the show method. So I think we are good to go. We have completed all of these successfully. Here are some additional resources for you to improve on this to-do list. In the next session, we'll be covering project 3, for which we will develop a to-read book list. You'll see why this project is different from this one, although we are building the list again. So I'll see you in the next session. Thank you for learning with me. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome back guys to Introduction to JavaScript course. Good to have you here. Last project was interesting, wasn't it? In this session, we will be working on project of similar nature. So who am I? I'm Kaustubh, but you can call me KG. We'll be working on this project together to understand the different concepts that we learned in session 3. So before we begin, let's look at the session outline. Firstly, we will cover the recap of what we did in the previous project and understand what we are going to do in this project. In this session, we will again visit on how to manipulate DOM, but we are going to be utilizing some very key concepts that we learned in the fundamentals of programming session. I believe that was session 3. We will explore JavaScript objects and classes and understand how we can use them in our projects. In the last session, we created a simple to-do list. We focused on getting the user inputted tasks and storing these tasks in the local storage. In this session, we're going to be doing something similar, but instead of storing one text at a time, we are going to be storing JavaScript object. So what is this project all about? So what we're doing is we're building a simple reading list. Let's look at the scope of the project to understand what we're trying to do. So we are going to be creating a simple HTML application that allows user to create to-read list. I'm sure you must be having a list of the books that you want to read and the books that you have covered thus far. We're going to be building application of similar sorts, but we'll be using very simple concepts of HTML and CSS, but a bit complex concepts from the JavaScript. So let's begin. Before we begin, make sure you have all the requirements satisfied. So in this case, make sure you have a Visual Studio Code editor installed on your computer, as well as a Google Chrome browser. You can find the project source code files on my GitHub page. You can download them, review them, and make changes to it as you see fit. So let's begin. Before beginning, in the PowerPoint slides, let's go back and code directly onto the Visual Studio Code. Alright, I'm going to begin
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
by creating a folder inside my projects folder. I'm going to call this books list. I'm going to open up this folder in Visual Studio Code. Again, we'll create two files like we did last time, one for writing all our HTML and one for writing the JavaScript. So I'm going to call the JavaScript file as main.js. Let me close this. Alright, so in the index.html file, we will start with just enough HTML to get us started. I will add Bootstrap and we'll go from there. Alright, in here I'm going to be doing things a bit differently than we did last time. So in here I'm going to be using the actual form element, and for displaying the books, instead of using the unordered lists, we're going to be using tables. So how we may proceed. So let's create a container div first. I'm going to be using bootstrap classes. So container is a bootstrap class, and I'm going to be following the bootstrap structure or order for this project right from the beginning instead of from later. So I'll say div and I'll create a row. Inside of this I'll create div of class column of small. Inside of this I'm going to be creating a form, and I'm going to be giving the ID of a form as book form. Inside of this we'll have all of our form elements. So I will say form group. Let's create the first element. So the first element that we want is the title of the book. So for that we need a label and we need a input element. So let me create a label first. So we need a label for title. Let me name this as title, and I'm going to be needing a input element of type text, an ID of title, and I'm going to be using bootstrap class of form control. Alright. Later on, what I need are same two input boxes for author, the name of the author, and the ISBN number. So I'm just going to be copying this and making changes to the label as well as input. So let me quickly do that. Alright, so I have the ISBN number as well. I will also need a submit button for this form. So let me go ahead and copy and paste this, and instead of labels and inputs, I will just have the input. So for this, I will say type of submit. I don't need an ID because it's a form submit. The value will be submit. The classes are form control. Excellent. So let's save this and see how this looks. I'm going to be opening this up in the live server. So this is how the application looks, and which is fine. But what I want in this case now is I want this form on the left hand side, and on the right hand side I want to be able to show all of our books that we have stored in the local storage. So let's go and add that as well. So like I said previously, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding a table instead of lists. So what I will do is I will add another div. I'll add a class of column small. We'll have another div inside of this, and inside of this I will have table. The class I'm going to be using is for Bootstrap, and I'm going to be creating the header row. So I would say table head and scope of column, because I want them in a separate column. Again, this is a Bootstrap property. I'll say title, and I'll want one for each one of them: the title, author, and the ISBN. All right, author and the ISBN. I want one more column for the delete button. So if the user wants to delete their completed books, the button should be displayed. So I'll create a blank one. I will leave this as blank. Okay. Now we will define the table body here with an ID of book list, because we need to access this from the JavaScript, and I'm going to keep this empty. So we'll be appending the table data inside of this. So let me make this a bit better and attach the script like here, as always, with the source of main.js. Alright, let me save this and see how this looks. So perfect. So I have the form on the left hand side, and I have this table structure on the right. So let's go ahead and write some JavaScript to see how this will look. So let's begin writing the JavaScript for this application. But before we do that, I want to tell you that this is going to be a different project. So we'll be approaching this problem a bit differently than we did for the to-do list. In this project, we're going to be using classes and constructors. Do you remember what classes and constructors are? We covered this in session 3. So if you're not familiar with them, I strongly urge you to test those out first, revisit that session, make sure you understand them, and then we can move on in this project. So we will be creating 3 classes. One is for the book. So we are going to be storing the book as a JavaScript object in the local storage array. We're also going to be separating out form and function. So form is the user interface, and the function is the storing of the books. So we're going to be creating 3 classes. So let me write these classes down first. So I'll say class book UI and class storage. Okay, now the book is a JavaScript object that we will be storing in an array, and we're going to be storing this array inside the local storage. So what are the elements of this object? So if you look at our index.html file, we have three key input boxes. One is the title, one is the author, and one is the ISBN. So to store this, we're going to be creating a JavaScript object, and for this we're going to be needing a constructor. Okay, so every time when the user submits a new book, we're going to be creating an instance of this class, and we're going to be storing that. So let's create the constructor first. The three things that we need are title, author, and the ISBN. Okay, and I'm going to be creating a JavaScript object, so I will say this dot title, and I'm going to be assigning to the title that we are going to be passing inside this constructor. So I'll say title. Same way for the author and the ISBN. Okay, so the way we want to create an instance of a book is when the user submits a form, right? So when the user submits a form, we have to capture that click event. It's the same way we did in the to-do list project, but in this case, we are going to be adding the event listener on the form itself rather than one submit button, right? So if you go back to the HTML file, scroll a bit up. So we have a form with an ID of book form. So I'm going to be attaching a event listener for submit. So submit is a event that we listen to on the form element, right? So let's go back and get first. So I'll just create some space down here, and I will say document dot get element by ID and book form, because that is the ID that we have given to the form. And I'm going to be adding event listener. The event I'm listening to is submit, and I'm going to be passing in a function with the event. Okay, so inside of here, what we need to do is we need to access the values that the user has entered in these input elements. So let me create variables to store them. So I will say variable title equal to document dot get element by ID. Do you remember what the ID was for the title? So it was title, it's author for author, and the ID for ISBN is ISBN. So let me quickly write these down. Dot value. I'm going to just copy and paste this and change the values in here. So we have author, the ID is author, and we have ISBN with the value of ISBN. Okay, excellent. Now we have three things that are required to create a book object. So what we will do is we will create an instance of that class, the book class, and the way we do is we will say constant book equal to new book, and we'll pass in the title, author, and the ISBN. So we'll say title, author, and the ISBN. Okay, great. Now we need to store this inside our local storage, right? So if you remember what we did in the local storage in the last project, we only had two functions that were key. One was to store the item, and one was to get the item. So we will write the functions for these two particular functions that we need to perform inside the storage class. So let me go ahead and write this real quick. So the first thing is to,
If you have enjoyed watching this video, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you.
add the book list, right? Add the book inside the local storage. So let me create a function. I'm going to be using static here. I'll just say add book, and I'm going to be passing in the book that we just created. So book just created right here. Okay, so in here, again, now in this case, what if the book already exists in the local storage, right? So we'll have to first get the existing books in the local storage, and based on that we have to decide if the book already exists and attach it to that existing book list rather than creating new one. So we'll have to create the get books function first before we do this add book function. So let's do that. Again, it's the same thing that we did in the to-do application. We are just doing a bit differently in this, right? So, oops. Okay, so in here, I will create a blank array. So I'll say var books equals blank array. And you remember what we did last time? So we used a conditional statement like if to see if the book already exists in the local storage. So I'm going to be passing the local storage.get item directly into this if block and see if it's null. So I'll say if local storage.get item, and the key I'm going to be storing this is as books, okay, is not equal to null. So if it is not null, then give me the existing books, right? So books equals JSON dot parse, and I'm going to be passing in the local storage. Okay, great. Now in here, this code can be improved a bit better, like how we did it in the last project. So make sure you take a look at this code as well as that code and see any improvements that you can come up with. And I'm going to be returning the books. Okay, all right, great. Now we have defined the getBooks function. We will get these books here. So I will say variable books equals, so we have to access the getBooks, and the way we do that is by using the class name and the function. Okay, so the way we do it is we will say storage.getBooks. All right, excellent. Now we have got the array, right? And we'll push our new book inside of this. So we'll say push. Okay, something wrong here. Let's say books.push, I'm sorry. Books.push, and we'll pass in the books. Okay. Once we have done this, we'll update the local storage. So do you remember what was the method that we used to update the local storage? It was local storage dot set item, and the key that we used was books. And let's save this as a string instead of an array. So we'll have to use JSON.stringify. All right, great. Now let's save this and see how this looks. But before we do that, let me look if everything is correct right here. So we have created a book, but we haven't passed it inside the add book function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling that function. So remember what class is it in? Yes, it is in storage dot add book, and inside here let's say add book. Okay, let's save this and see how this looks. I'm going to be right clicking here and opening up my developer tools to see if I have any errors. So I have one error here. Again, this is a jQuery error. We can ignore that for the time being. Let me go to the application. Let me look at the local storage. There's nothing in here. So let me add the first book right here. So what book should we add? So let's add a book called Mastery by Robert Greene. I'm going to be entering a fictitious ISBN. So I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to be clicking on submit. So I clicked on submit and I did not get anything here. So let me reload this. Okay, so looks like we have some sort of error here. Let's go back and see what we missed. Okay, so let's see what we did wrong here. Okay, so you see the mistake here. I've set this as books and I've used book. So let me save this and go back and see. So let me add the same titles here. Let me add the ISBN. Let me go to the application and see the local storage. So let me submit this book right here. And there it is. We have the book and we have stored this as a JavaScript object. So if we expand this, you can see author, the ISBN, as well as the title. All right. So if you notice one thing, this form actually captures the default event. So it actually clears out everything once it's submitted. So we want to avoid that. So let's add one more book in here. We'll add again Robert Greene's book. So I think it is called 48 Laws of Power. And the author is Robert Greene. We'll add a fictitious ISBN. So let's add 6789 and submit it. You notice here it clears everything out and it jumps. So what we can do is we can prevent it by default. My mistake. Prevent it by default. We'll go back and before we submit the book, we will add event.prevent default. Okay, great. The next thing we have to do is we have to display the existing books onto the DOM, right? So for that we have created a separate class of form, right? So let me go back. Let me actually close this storage for time being, and let's work on this UI class. Okay, so in this UI class, what we will do is we will write a function to update the table data. So if you remember in the index.html, we have created table. We have created a table head and the table body. Now inside the table body, we have to append a new table data, right? So we'll go back and we'll write a function saying add book to the list. And inside we'll again get the book. I will first get the list with the list of books. So let me go back and see what the ID I have put in there. So the ID that I have is book list for the table body. So I will create a variable of list equals document.getElement by ID, and the name, the ID is book list. Right, now I have to create a new row. So the way I do this is by creating constant row equals document.createElement, and in here I'm going to be creating table row. Okay, and I'm going to be attaching the table data for this row. Right, so I will say row.innerHTML equals, and here I will start adding one table data at a time. So I would say table data, and the way I can do this is I can use the object properties. So I'll say book.title, right, because we are attaching a book here, and we close the table data, and I'll be adding for author and the ISBN as well. So I'll say author and ISBN. Let me remove this extra space right here, save this, and now we have to append this list to the existing row, right? So what we need to do is we have to, we have to append the row to the existing list, my mistake. So we'll say list dot append. Now this will be a child of that, the row will be a child of this list. So we'll say append child, and we'll say row. Great, excellent. Now that we have done this, what we need to do is we need to create an instance of this UI and call this, right? So the way we do this, we'll go back when we submitted the book. So we'll go back. Let me remove this extra space right here. And let me first create an instance. So I will add a instance of UI equals new UI. Okay, and I will call that function. Remember what function we wrote just now? So we wrote a function of add book to the list. And we will say UI dot add book to the list, and we'll pass in the book. Okay, let me save this and see how this looks. Okay, so this did not work. Let's see why it did not work. Okay, I see the mistake here. We have added this just in the submit button, but we also have to add it when we get new books, right? So get the books from the local storage. So what we will need to do is we'll need to write a new function here just to display the books. So let me create a function here real quick, right, to get all the updated books. So I will call this function as static display books. And inside here, let me get the books first. So I will say var books equals storage dot get books. And for each book, what I have to do is I have to create a new UI element. Right? So let's do this. Let's say books, since it's an array, and for each of these books, since now we are dealing with array of objects, right? So we cannot rely on traditional for loop. I mean, we can use traditional for loop, but for each is much better and much faster. So we'll use for each, and we'll pass in a function. for each book we'll create a new UI instance. So I'll say constant of UI equals new UI, and
Thanks for watching. Please like and share this video.
I will just call in that function of add books to the list. So I'll say UI dot add book to the list, and I will pass in the book. Right? Excellent. So let me save this and go back. So what seems to be the problem here right now? Why is this not working? Do you have any guesses? Right, so we created the display books function, but we never called it, right? So let us go back and see where we have to call this display book function, right? So we have to call the display book function when all of the HTML page is loaded, right? So we have to listen to a different event in here. We can write this function anywhere at the end of our JavaScript. So we can call it in here. So we can say storage dot display books. I think it's called display books, and this will still run, but we have to make sure that all the other DOM elements have been loaded. So I'm going to be adding an event listener to the entire document, and the event that we are going to be listening is DOM content loaded, right? So let me actually comment this. You're going to be using this again. So I will add an event listener, and inside here I'm going to be listening to an event that DOM content has been loaded, and I'm going to be passing in storage.displaybooks. Let me save this, remove this semicolon, and now see how this looks. There we go. So we got the books to be displayed on our UI. So let me add a few more books in here. So let me add a book called Steve Jobs by Walter Isaacson. Yeah, I'm not really sure on the spelling here, but I'm gonna add a fictitious ISBN. Submitted. There we go. We added a new book. Let's add a few more books. Excellent, excellent. Now, what we need to do is we need to be able to remove the books that we have read. So we have to create a delete button here, right? So we created a separate column in here just for the delete button, and we haven't written the delete button. So let me go back to the not the HTML but the JavaScript and add this delete button right there. Okay, let's go back. Let me scroll up. Do you remember where we are appending the book to the list? Right here, right? So we will need to add a delete button right here. So let me go ahead and add this button. So I'm going to be adding a new table data element, and I'm going to be adding a button. So I'm going to be using the anchored tag here instead of the traditional button, since we have already used the button. Let's use something different here. So let's say href. It doesn't go anywhere, so anchor tag usually needs a reference. And I will use a class of bootstrap, so I'll use button danger, and I will just say X, just to delete it. Say anchor close and the table data close. All right, excellent. Oh, I realized my mistake here. I did not add a semicolon here. Okay, great. All right, so let us go back and see if this has been added. Great, so we already have a button. This looks a bit ugly, but you can always improve on it. Now we have to attach event handler of click for this button. So do you remember how to do that? We already covered this in the last project, right? So let's go ahead and see how we can do this. All right, so for attaching the event listener here, we're going to be approaching this problem a bit differently than how we did in the last project. So instead of attaching event listener for each one of these buttons, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be attaching an event listener on the table data itself, right? So let me show how this will look. Let me first close this up and make some space. All right, so in here, I will say document dot get element by ID, and in here I'm going to be calling the table data, right? So the table data here is the book list. So I will say book list, and I will add an event listener, and the event I'm listening for is click. In here I'm going to be writing a function, and I'm going to be passing in the event that we just captured. All right, great. Now we have to think about how we can remove each one of the element when the delete button is clicked. Okay, so in the previous project, how we did was we looked at the array and we looked at the position, and that's how we deleted it. But here we have a bit better advantage. If you go back and see, we have the ISBN. Now ISBN is a unique number that is given to each book. So this is a unique number that we can look for, and then we can delete it from our local storage. So how will we access this ISBN, right? So when we click on this button right here, we need to be able to somehow figure out what the ISBN number for this particular book is. And the way we do this is we will have to access the immediate neighbor of this button, the ISBN, get the number, look up that number in the local storage, and make sure we delete it. So how we may do this? Let's go back and see it. So in here, let me first get the target to see if I'm getting the event capture. So I already have passed event in this function. So let me first log this out to see if this works perfectly. So I'll say console.log and event. Let's see if this looks fine. So let me go to console. All right, so the event is logged here. So that's great. Now what we have to do is we have to check the target and traverse to the parent element. So we'll have to traverse back to the parent element of this entire element. So if we go back and we check the target, so the target we already have right now is the anchor tag. Since we clicked that, we have to look for its parent element. So the parent element will be the book list. So let me scroll down here. So parent element. So the parent element is the table data, like we had the book list. Inside the table data, we will look at the previous element sibling. So the previous element sibling for this particular element is the ISBN, right? So I'll scroll down, and I'm looking for the previous element sibling. Right, so the previous element sibling is another table data, and inside of here, I'm looking for the ISBN. So if you notice this is a content that is being displayed on the DOM. So this will be inside the text content property. So if we scroll down here, and look at the text content property. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is precisely what we need to access. Okay, I know this is a bit complicated, and it's a much more complicated than what we did last time, but the purpose of this complication is to make sure you understand how to traverse between these DOM nodes. So think of this path right here. So we selected this element, we attached an event listener to it. So on the click event, what we would do is we will move our pointer to the parent first. So if you remember the tree, so we have to go to the parent to go to the sibling, right? So we'll move to the parent. So parent is the table data itself, right? Move to the table data, then look at the sibling of that table data. So the table data here is the ISBN, and we'll get the text content out of it. So let us go back and access this. So the way we can access this is by e.target.parent element and the previous element. I'm sorry, it was the previous element sibling, not just the previous element. And the content that we're looking for is the text, so it was under text content. Let's save this and see what this logs out. So if I click on this, I should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I click on this, I should get the ISBN. Same way right here. Now what we can do is we can pass this inside a function, the ISBN, and that function will be solely responsible to look up the book of this ISBN in the local storage and delete it. So let's write this function down. Okay, so let's call this function as remove. Okay, and now since this is a property of the storage class, it's wise to write this inside the storage because we'll be dealing directly with storage, right? So the reason we use the storage class is to make sure all the methods that are pertaining to storage will be stored in this class. So let me actually move this there. We go there, we close this up, and add a new function here. I'll remove this and I'll add static remove. And what are we removing? The ISBN, right? Excellent. So now we have to traverse the local storage, look for that particular book and make sure that it is deleted. So let's get the books first. So we'll say var books equals the get books method. That will give us all the books. And now you'll traverse through the list of books by using the for each function. For each function, book, and here we go. Now in here we are going to be looking for the index as well. So we have to make sure we delete that specific index, right? So what we will do is I will pass in the index of the book inside the array, and I will see if the ISBN for that particular book matches the ISBN that we are passing in. So I'll say if book.isbn is equal to ISBN. Okay, and we remove it from the element, sorry, from the array. Remove this element from the array. So we'll say books.splice and the index Okay, great. Now once we have done this, we have to update the local storage. So let me say local storage dot set item. Remember the key was for this, it was books, and I'm going to be updating this array. So we'll say JSON dot stringify books. All right, excellent. Now
Thanks for watching. Feel free to add your questions as comments down below.
let's call this method on the click event for the delete button, right? So in here, instead of logging this out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be passing this inside the method itself. So let's first store this inside a variable. So I will say variable ISBN equals, and I will get all of this from here. Let me remove this log, it's not necessary. I'll save this, and I will pass this ISBN inside that function. So do storage dot remove an ISBN. Excellent. Let me see if we haven't missed anything. Yeah, this looks good. This looks fine. Let us see if this works or not. So let me save this. Go back to the application, and let me remove this last book right here. All right, so the book was deleted. Same thing with Steve Jobs. Yes, the book is being deleted. Now all we have to do is make sure we update this DOM once the book is deleted from the local storage. Do you remember how to do that? We already covered this in the previous project. Before you follow with me along on this, try to figure this problem out, because we have already covered this in the previous project. You can watch the next few minutes of this video to understand how I'm solving it, but I would strongly encourage you to solve it on your own. All right, so could you solve this? If not, it's fine. This is a bit complicated. So what we will do is we will make sure that we get the target. So if you scroll down and see, we already have e.target. So when the button is clicked, so we have that button within our reach. What we will do is we will delete the entire table data row for that particular book. So we have to delete multiple things in here. So if you scroll back, we have to delete all of this within one single click, right? So this is a function of UI, so I'm going to write this method inside of UI class. So let me actually close this and write a new method here for deleting the book. So I'll say delete book, and I'm going to be passing in the book. Okay, now what I'm going to be passing in here is the target itself. So if I go back, we have the event target. So let's save this first inside a variable called book, and I will say e.target. If you're curious to know what this is, let's log this out. Say console.log book. I'm saving it. Let's go back and see what it looks in the log. So if I press this, this is the target. So this was the target that I clicked on, and I need to access the class of this, right? So with the class of this, I'm going to be deleting everything that is before it. So each and every parent element for this particular section, this particular table data will be deleted. So I'm going to be accessing the class, making sure if the class is button and button danger, and then deleting all of the elements inside of it. So let me go back, let me remove this, and I'm going to be creating an instance of the UI object. So I'll say var UI equals new UI, and I'm going to be calling in UI.remove, and inside of here I'm going to be passing in the book. Save. Is it UI.remove? So let me look at the function that I just wrote. Oh, it's delete book, it's not remove. So let's change this to delete book. Okay, great. So in here I'm going to be checking if the class name is of button and button danger. So we have already passed in the book. So let's see if the class name for this book is of button and button danger, and we're going to be removing all of the parent elements associated with this. So oops, I forgot to open and close the brace for the if block. So I would say book dot parent element and its parent element and remove it. Let's save this and see how this looks. So I accidentally deleted all of the cache of my browser, so I'm going to be adding a few more books to test it again. So we have mastery. Let's add a few more. And let's see how this looks now. I'm not going to be adding more, but we have a problem here. This is not clearing up when the form is submitted. So we'll deal with that in just a second, but let's see if the delete button works. So it looks like it works. Let me check inside the local storage. So yes, the previous book, 48 Laws of Power, was deleted. Let me delete this book as well. Great. So this is just awesome. So now I've noticed one problem that is very annoying and I don't like it, is that this the information here stays on once you submit it. So what I need to do is I need to clear this out. So I'll write a function inside the UI class to delete all of these input fields once the form is submitted. So let me go back and write this. I'll say clear fields, clear the input fields, and I will get each one of them. So each one of them, what's the ID for each one of them, do you know? So their title, author, and the ISBN. So let me first write this document dot get element ID, title dot value, and I'm going to be setting this as blank. Okay, I'm going to be setting this for the rest of the two. So this is author and this is ISBN. So I'm going to be calling this function once we submit the form. So scroll down and we submitted the form. Okay, so here's the form submission event, and after we have added the book, or after we have made changes, I'm going to be clearing this out. So I'll say UI, since we already defined the instance of this class, I'm sorry, and I'm going to be calling clear fields. Great. Let me go back and see if this works. So I'm going to be adding some different books now. I'll say Meditations, Marcus Aurelius. Let me add some fictitious ISBN. All right, so it works. So it added a blank blank object in here. So we need to add a check to see if you're not adding extra or empty objects inside our database. That is one mistake that we don't want to have. Can you think of any ways where we can see if it'll work. I'll leave it up to you to see how to fix this problem. Could you solve this problem? I'm not going to solve this problem right now, but I will give you a small hint. You have to do a validation on these input elements. So what you have to do is check if any of these fields are empty. If they are not empty, then only you add them to the database. So what you will have to do is you'll have to go back inside of your submit event function, and you have to make sure that none of these have empty values. If they have an empty values, you'll have to show user the error saying that they have empty values, and if not, then you have to add them one at a time in the local storage. So this is it. You'll find the updated code on my GitHub page in case you get stuck in this form validation. Form validation is important. Please make sure you pay attention to it. And let us go back to the slides. So again, in the review, we already manipulate the DOM. We also updated the DOM in real time. And this concludes this project. So what we did differently than the previous projects, especially the last project with the to-do list. If you can list down the differences between that project and this project and understand how we did things here differently, then you will get a better understanding of how to use the concepts of JavaScript that we learned in session 3, session 4, as well as session 2. Okay, so here are a few resources for your review. You can dive deeper into them, understand how to manipulate the DOM. I have just scratched the surface here with the JavaScript and DOM manipulation, but there are so many things that you can learn, and the DOM or the HTML standards are changing often. So is JavaScript. Both of these technologies are evolving constantly, so I strongly encourage you to rely on these resources more and more to keep yourself updated. So here are a few JavaScript courses that you can take. Node.js is a backend language, and the rest of the frameworks that you see, Angular, React, and Vue, are all the front-end frameworks. And here's another follow-up course that I take. It's with jQuery, JSON, as well as Ajax. So thanks for being patient with me. I hope you learned a lot, and this concludes our session. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, congratulations on completing the Introduction to JavaScript Programming. My name is Kaustubh Gharge, and it's good to have you here. This is very good that you have completed this course. In this course, we covered various topics. We covered the basics of JavaScript programming. We understood the lexical structures, the expressions, types, strings, variables, and the other fundamentals of programming. We also covered the conditional statements and loops, and we covered the built-in functions that JavaScript offers, as well as we wrote some new functions. Okay, we also understood the difference between a web design and web development. And by now you must be feeling pretty confident about your skills as a JavaScript developer. Okay, so we implemented our JavaScript skills by building a few projects. So the first project we focused on was a simple calculator where you had the 4 basic arithmetic functions: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In the second project, we utilized our skills for HTML5, which we learned in the previous course, or if you might have learned earlier, in which we use the local storage in combination with JavaScript to store the user to-dos, as well as build a book reading list. So congratulations on completing this class successfully. And if you want, you can take more follow-up courses. I recommend taking intermediate JavaScript with jQuery, JSON, and Ajax. And after that, you can focus more on the frameworks such as Angular, React, or even Express and Node.js. So thank you for taking your time, and have a good day.